All right, we're at 7 o'clock. I'm going to call to order this meeting of January 27th, 2020 for the Board of Selectmen. Please stand and join me in Pledge of Allegiance. I
Allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. So we'll start off tonight with public service announcements. Do you want to see? We have the Chelmsford High Alumni Hall of Fame.
Evening, folks.
Hello.
It's that time of the year again. The Chelmsford High School Alumni Association proudly announces its 30th annual Hall of Fame induction. The ceremony will take place on the evening of the 21st of March, 2020, at the UMass Lowell Conference Center in Lowell. The program will include a social at 5:45, dinner at 6:30, and the induction at 7. Those being inducted are as follows: Keith Alcoyne, class of 1997. Kara Campbell, class of 1996. Matt Cheslett, class of 1991. Dan Curran, class of 1995. Rebecca Friedman, class of 1998. Terry McSheehy, class of 1964. Stan Narkunis, class of 1964. Jeffrey Parks, class of 1991. And Jennifer A. Clancy Petro Roy, class of 2000. For information relative to the purchase of tickets to the induction ceremony, you can call Lynn McSheehy at 978-251-3788 or myself at 978-256-3100. Again, an outstanding class of folks. I'll just mention just a couple of things about each one of them. Get some idea. Keith Alcoyne, outstanding hockey player, 17 years as a professional hockey player, playing with the NHL and teams from Europe. Outstanding hockey player. Probably one of the best ever come out of Chelmsford High School. Kara Campbell from 98. She was in honor societies in both high school and college. Very successful career in TV and film production. Matt Cheslett, All-American wrestler from Chelmsford High School. He's an award-winning public relations professional with NASCAR Racing out of North Carolina. Danny Curran, probably one of the best football players ever come out of Chelmsford High School. He's the coach, varsity football coach at Merrimack. Becky Friedman. She was cum laude graduate from Tufts. She's had 3 Emmy nominations for children's TV out of Hollywood. Terry McSheehy, cohort of mine, okay, dynamite. He's been the alumni president since I can remember, okay? He's a driving force behind all of the things that we do. Just an outstanding young man, okay? Spent a lot of time in the Air Force doing all kinds of good stuff. Stan Narkunis, also from the class of 64, a public defender. Formed and led nonprofit Middlesex defense attorneys for neediest defendants. Jeffrey Parks, presently the principal of the Parker Middle School. And last year started a rugby team at the high school. Another great one. Jennifer Clancy Petro Roy. She's the youngest of the group, class of 2000. Has written extensively regarding books, with children's books. Okay, and a lot of them are dealing with one of her problems. Okay, she had an eating disorder when she was younger. Okay, and she's written books for kids as to how they can handle if they've got that same problem. So she's a dynamite kid. She's a published, like I said, a published author. One of the nice things about this class is they're all kind of the young ones. They're all from the 90s and the 2000s. Okay, not that we're running out of older ones, but it's going to be a younger group. It's going to be interesting enough. Okay, any questions? Oh, that was easy.
It's because you did a great job.
Hope to see you all there. It's a great night.
George, tickets are $60.
Oh, yeah. Same as ever, okay? It's a great evening, as you know. Some of you have been there, so you know.
The date, John, the date and then
Yeah.
the price tickets as well.
21st of March, okay, it's a Saturday night, And 978-256-3100, and I'll see that you get them, okay? And I'll be able to see you guys, okay? Thank you. Thank you very much. Thanks for the opportunity. Good. Thank you, Rocco. Yeah, good. Thank you. Any other questions? No? That was easy. Good. Thank you.
All right, so next up, we have the Arts and Technology Fund.
Good evening. I'm Evelyn Thorin, the chairman of the Arts and Technology Education Fund, and I'd like to thank you for this opportunity again to talk to not only just you, but those that are listening in Chelmsford about this particular fund. Some people may not know what it is, so I like to try to get up each year and give just something brief about the Arts and Technology Education Fund. It was started in 1996. It's hard to believe that 24 years ago, George Ripsom and myself stood before this body and asked for a warrant to be put on the spring town meeting, outlining a bylaw that would govern this particular committee. It did pass, and we ended up with a 7-member committee that is appointed by the town manager. We now have a 9-member committee. They include Kirk Marshall, Jeff Porzio, Beverly Barrett, Hannah Barber, Carrie Miko, Angie Taranto, and of course Jay Lang, a superintendent. Now, whoever the superintendent is by law, not by the bylaw, but by the law that it was governed originally, will always be sitting on this particular committee, or his designee. And so it's a great group to work with. Everybody picks up. It's not just like one person is doing all of the work. We also don't meet often during the year. We also have that vacancy. I noticed that you will probably list the vacancies on your committees this evening, and there is one for the Arts and Technology Education Fund. And if anybody is interested in that, we don't meet once a month. We meet when is necessary. And most of the meetings that we have would be when we were reviewing applications and making awards. The awards that we make on an annual basis go to the staff of the Chelmsford Public Schools. It's for a program, event, equipment, or supplies. And the applications will be sent out to the staff. I noticed that today the applications were put on the town website also, along with a cover letter this year. We felt as though that as a reaction to all of the different applications that we've been getting, we would try to give some more guidance to the applicants this year by saying what we're not going to look at as any kind of award, because that money should be coming out of technology, or it should be coming out of a different department, or furniture. There are different things that we had told the applicants this year that we would not be funding. The application itself is due by March 31st. I probably come back in about 6 weeks just to remind everybody that there is an application that's out there. I think that when they get it by email, they know, but it's always nice it's only a couple of times a year that we make the general public aware of exactly what this committee is doing. Their applications can be sent by regular mail as long as it's postmarked before March 31st. On the application, it says it will go to the town clerk's office, and when it does, then it's forwarded to the chair of the committee. It goes there again so that there's documentation of exactly when it's going to be coming in to the town itself, and not relying on it going to a committee member and somebody losing it or whatever. So we have that electronic trail besides a paper trail that we follow with regard to that. The other thing that also happens, in order to be accountable to those that have donated to this, that's the taxpayers of Chelmsford, we have a project summary sheet. That summary sheet is also available online, and it's also available in the school department through their website also. If there was an award that any applicant had gotten a prior year, before they get another award, they have to fill out this sheet. Tells us how they spent the money, what they did, and what the results would be as a result of that money being used for whatever it was that they had applied for. A lot of people may not know how this is funded. It's funded by what we call a tax checkoff. Actually, there's an insert in the real estate tax bills, and you can put any amount of money you want in it. You can round up your tax bill by cents or by dollars. Sometimes when I've taken a look at some of the accounting through the town treasurer's office, it's interesting because I see 25 cents, 37 cents, 75 cents, $1.29, something along those lines, and that will add up. because if we only had $1 per residence, we'd have more than enough money to give away every year. The other way is the excise tax bill, and anybody that lives in Chelmsford that owns a vehicle in Chelmsford will get one of those bills. The bank doesn't handle that, so you can also do the same thing with your excise tax bills. We're looking at trying to find other ways in which to get further funding for this in order to be able to increase the amount that we can give to the applicants per year. So, thank you very much. Does anybody have any questions? No?
You
The
give the
on-
same, excuse me, same number every year? Do you give the same number out every year, or you get different?
It's different. It varies. One year, we only had 4 applications, so obviously it was a lot less. We average just under $4,000 a year, and it's interesting how it always seems to work that way, regardless of how many applications that we have. And the maximum they can apply for is $750, but we've had people come in and ask for $200 or $400. Some things that are new, if we're not sure it's going to work, we might fund, if they want 3 of something, we might fund 2 or 1. Again, to see how it works before we're actually putting more money into something that is a novel idea that they may have, especially with some of the new technology devices that are out there for special education. And there's a lot of things, going on. And the teachers are right there in the trenches, so they know what's out there. It doesn't mean that the curriculum coordinators don't, but that the teachers have, that they're looking all the time to see how they're going to improve the delivery of education to their students.
If you had, more applications than normal, and they were all qualified,
Then we have to prioritize.
so you only have so much, we only use the money you take in every year, you don't?
No, we will supplement that with the extra money. We didn't want to give away all the money every year when we first started the committee. We wanted to have some money in reserve, so if some years we didn't get a lot, but we had a lot of applications, we would be able then to fund those applications. So several years back, there were a considerable number of applications, so we funded all of the ones that qualified, and that was, I think it was like around $6,000. Obviously, we could give out larger awards if we had more money,
Yeah.
and we might get some very different types of creative ideas, but we've been doing this for 24 years, and there hasn't been a year where we haven't had any of the staff apply. The other option that people have to give, which I almost forgot about, was that there's a teacher recognition program, and that's also on the town website, so that they can, if you wanted to give money special to a teacher, you may. You fill out the form, you will get recognized by us by thanking you for the amount, and then a special card will go to the teacher that you want to be recognized. That money was donated to this fund for them, for how they helped your child during the year. Kind of gets over some of those conflict of interest issues we have with finances.
So does the fund carry a balance every year? Does it?
Yes, it does. It rolls over.
So how much is in there now?
About $30,000,
Oh, good.
$35,000. There was in town an organization that gave away everything that they made every year, but when they couldn't fund enough for what they wanted to give away, it became difficult. But we wanted to have that unwritten policy to do that. The other thing is when you have that amount, at least in past years, when they were in CDs or in longer-term accounts, we were able to get the interest rates to fund a application per year just on what that fund made.
Okay.
And we're looking to try to do that again. We hope.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you, Evelyn.
Bye.
And let's see, next up is Winterfest. Pat, do you want to go through that?
Okay, Winterfest starts the end of this week on Friday, July 31st. The events include trivia at the Chelmsford Library from 7 to 9 p.m. The CCA has their open mic at 8 p.m. There's a free public skate at the Chelmsford Forum from 8:30 to 10 p.m. on Friday. On Saturday from 9 a.m. to 3, there's Toy Story, Minecraft, Harry Potter, and Lord of the Rings themed escape rooms at the Trinity Lutheran Church at 170 Old Westwood Road. From 9:30 to 3:30 is the Winter Survival, Pioneering S'mores, Deep Frying, Campfire Games, and more with Troop 75 on the Common. From 9:30 to 5:30 is the Chelmsford Cultural Council's photography contest and exhibit at the library. From 10 to 5 is Take Your Child to the Library Day at the Chelmsford Main Library on Boston Road. From 11 to 1 is the Central Cooperative Nursery School Winter Carnival at the, we're in the street, the Central Congregational Church. From 11 to 2 is the malt shop from Girl Scout Troop 68172 at the Journey Church on the Common. From 11:30 to 3:30 is the Chowder Fest, the famous Chowder Fest at the Senior Center. And then on Sunday, from 2 to 4 p.m. is the Chelmsford Cultural Council Photography Contest, again at the library. And from 2 to 3:20 p.m. is the free public skate at the Chelmsford Forum.
Okay, thank you. Next up is the vision and value statement, public announcement. Do you
Sure.
want to announce that? Sure.
We'll be having a public input working session on this Wednesday, January 29th, in support of developing a vision and value statement for the town. And that session will be at 7 p.m. at the Chelmsford Senior Center on Groton Road. Thank you.
Next up is the 2020 Census Complete Count kickoff. You want to read that one?
Sure. On Friday, February 7th, State Rep Tammy Gouveia, the Town of Chelmsford, and the Chelmsford Complete Count Committee and the Massachusetts House Redistricting Committee is going to have a 2020 Chelmsford Complete Count kickoff event. This will be held at the Center for the Arts on North Road, as I mentioned, on Friday, February 7th, from 10:30 a.m. to 11:30 a.m., and you can learn how the federal census directly impacts our community, especially your political representation, but also the funding that we receive, and find out how you can ensure that we have a complete count for the census.
Thank you. Rabies vaccine? We're almost there. Want to do the rabies?
Oh, I thought Vivian
Oh.
usually did.
Believe it or not, I'm not involved this year. This is the Mark and Mary Lou show. I have no idea what's going on.
Okay. All right, so there's going to be a rabies vaccination clinic on Saturday, February 8th from 10 a.m. to 12 p.m. at the Dog Pound at 2 Old North Road. Rabies shots are $15. Microchipping is $25. You can also license your dog for, I assume that's for 2020. $15 for an altered dog, $20 for an unaltered dog. Dogs, cats, and ferrets can also be vaccinated. They ask that you bring your prior rabies certificate for a multi-year vaccine. Cash and check only accepted, and all pets must be on a leash or in a carrier. And we have two others.
What's that?
We have two others.
Yep. There's 2 more to go.
2 more to go. All right. First one is the Comprehensive Economic Development Strategy for Greater Lowell that the Northern Middlesex Council of Governments will be conducting an input session at the Chelmsford Police Department on Tuesday, February 4th. This will be a SWOT session with strengths, weaknesses, opportunities, and threats. This is an exercise that the NEMCOG goes through every 5 years. They have to update the CEDS, the Comprehensive Economic Development Strategy, for the entire region. It hits on, obviously, economic development, hits on housing, hits on businesses, zoning, transportation, all those things. So, again, this will be from 6 to 8 p.m. on Tuesday, February 4th at the Chelmsford Police Department. And lastly, this past weekend, I attended a conference for the Massachusetts Municipal Association, and as part of that conference, they do awards for the annual town reports, and we received this plaque for being first place in Category 1, which is the so-called large towns in the state of Massachusetts, for our annual town report. So congratulations to Trish Zervis, who has been the author, basically the editor, I guess I should say, of our annual town report for many years now, and for everybody who contributes to that, which is all the committee chairs, all the department heads, and lots of others in the community, people that submit pictures and things like that. So it's quite an honor to be first place in that category. So congratulations to everybody.
Thank you. So with that brings us to open session. Is there anybody that would like to address the board tonight?
Phil Stanway, 6 Lansing Lane. I want to address the handicap parking. It's been 4 years, and this last week we turned a corner. And I'd like to say that all our open space is now completely compliant with handicapped, and that's great news. But it's not only that, but we're going to keep fighting, well, not fighting, but working with the town. Last week I spoke to the Senior Center, Concom, the Paul Center, the Land Trust, Historic Millstream, and the library, all about making more areas more accessible. And this was about putting in new trails, helping them adapt, showing them what we've been doing. And that was great. I would like to recognize Ken, who really made a big difference and helped turn the corner, and could not be happier. The post I did on Facebook, which was one of the reasons I came here, had over 7,000 outreaches. So a lot of people aren't online. So those people who aren't online, I wanted to let them know that the town is fully compliant, and that's a great day for us. The projects we're going to be working on, the next one is we're going to be trying to get the helmets at Roberts Field. There's one piece of equipment that has rope on it. The rest of it is fully accessible, and we'd like to reduce the ban on helmets to just that one piece of equipment. They currently put some raised gardens in there that said do not climb on it, so it shouldn't be too difficult to add another sign that says no helmets on this one piece of equipment. Because at the Paul Center, I spoke to them, and they do have a lot of their clients who wear helmets. And when we do a lot of open space events, we do have people with disabilities who come, and a lot of them some wear helmets. So it'd be nice if they could use that accessible park. When they put the parking in to the inclusive park there, there's actually one more than I expected. So that's great, because it not only meets the standard, it's one more to make it inviting for people to be able to come and park with a disability. So I just wanted to thank you on that one. And yes, the last thing is we're looking at making 3 trails in town more ADA accessible. There's 3 fire roads, and we're looking to put down a Dell pack. The stewardship will, of course, provide all the equipment and hopefully get funding for it, so it shouldn't cost the town any money. And by the end of this year, we're hoping to have at least a mile of accessible trail, which will be great. So I'd like to thank everyone, and especially Ken, of course.
Thank you.
Thanks, Phil. Is there anybody else that would like to address the board? Seeing none, we'll go to committee vacancies.
Okay, as of today, there's the following committees have vacancies. The Arts and Technology Education Fund Committee, which we just heard about, has 1 vacancy. The CCA Advisory Committee has 1 vacancy. The Center Village Master Plan Implementation Committee has 1 vacancy. The Commission on Disabilities has 1 vacancy. The Community Action Program Committee has 2 vacancies. The Council on Aging has 5 vacancies. The Cultural Council can have up to 21 total members, and it has several vacancies right now. The Energy Conservation Committee has 1 vacancy. The Historical Commission has 1 vacancy. The Holiday Decorating Committee has 4 vacancies. The Middlesex Canal Commission has 2 vacancies. The Neshoba Valley Technical High School Committee has 1 vacancy for the alternate member from the town of Chelmsford. Parade Committee welcomes all applicants. Permanent Building Committee has 1 vacancy. Personnel Board has 1 vacancy. Public Celebrations Committee has 5 vacancies. The Recycling Committee has 1 vacancy. The Skate Park Committee has 2 vacancies, and the Tree Committee has 1 vacancy. If you're interested in applying for a position on any of these committees, you can fill out an application online or at the town manager's office.
Paul, if I understand this right, the Public Celebrations Committee has 5 seats,
Mm-hmm.
and all 5 are vacant?
Yeah.
Okay. When was the last time that anybody sat on that committee?
It's been quite some time, so it sort of gets absorbed, and, so but we want to still be inclusive in inviting anybody who wishes to participate to come assist us.
Okay. Does it make any sense to have that committee absorbed into?
Holiday decorating?
It almost would be, in the parade committee. I
Parade.
mean, they've all sort of almost become, there's a lot of overlap amongst the committee members, so.
Something to consider.
Yeah.
That's all. I was reading over the weekend. I was kind of surprised to see the whole board was vacant. All right, licenses. So first up, we have a hearing for a Class 2 auto dealer with Capital Motor Group. We're Good evening,
evening.
Mr. Silva.
Yes. Good evening. My name is Rodrigo Silva. I'm from Capital Motor Group. I'm here tonight to request to get the dealer license, extend the dealer license for another 3-4 months. That's the time you plan to put a new buildings over there. We start for the building.
Okay. Does anybody have any questions?
Thought we were told we couldn't do this.
Oh,
We have counsel here, and you have his written opinion.
all right.
The building inspector's here too, did any?
Can we get their input?
Sure.
Square everything away with the building department?
Yeah, John, why don't you
Spoke with
start?
Sean.
Hi, Sean Shanahan, Building Commissioner. I've spoken with Rodrigo. They do have some adequate space that we will be willing to go inspect tomorrow that's available to them. I don't know the process of your licensing, but we are available to look at his space that he has available. He tells me that they're in the works of putting some plans together to build a building there. That, of course, is dependent on him and the owner of the property. That's about it.
Okay.
So we vote on this conditional?
Paul needs that.
What is the request? Is
The
it-
request, he said
Extension?
to for an
Wants a
extension
Or a new license.
Well, I heard a 4-month extension, so I'm trying to
Right.
understand what the
until he can get his,
request is.
until he can get his building, his office.
Talk for a second. I was here in November because we got a 1-year
I
period to put a
remember.
trailer.
Yeah.
In November, come over here to get extension so we can start build the project. And they told me to set up to come back in December. In December, I tried to come over here, but they don't have no more room available on the meeting. So they set up for January, beginning January. I was out the country, so that's why I come today. The owner of the land, I have agreement with her. She's supposed to put a build over there before 1-year period. She never did. So I have a contract with her. She wanna make also that's the building next to my lot, the car dealer lot. So what we're gonna do, and we're gonna use her space. She have a 2nd floor office. We're gonna use it as a temporary office over there, so the time we can put the build on the lot. Because I've been paying rent over there, and I don't have a license to work right now.
Well, there's been no cars being sold.
No, because no license.
Yeah,
So in
okay.
December, I've been paying rent for her, and I can work on the business because I don't have no license. I can buy car in the auction, I cannot sell cars.
Got it.
But according to this letter from, that Christina sent to him December 4th, the building commissioner reported to the board that the town does not allow for an extension of the temporary structure permit. So I don't see how we can do a 3 or 4-year extension without that building being in place.
Yeah, because we cannot have extension over there to have the trailer. We're not gonna be in the same spot. The trailer gonna be removed. We're gonna move to another lot.
But, okay, I
There's
understand.
gonna be another office on the building, the existing building they have in Mako.
Permanently?
No,
Or
temporary,
temporarily?
and to put the building on the lot.
I think counsel-
It's gonna be in a
I think-
permanent
I
structure.
think Paul can explain.
May I help clarify this?
Thank you.
For the record, Paul Haverty, Town Council. The previous structure that was housing this particular use was actually allowed as a temporary structure. The bylaw only allows the temporary structure to be in place for 1 year. There is no provision within the zoning bylaw that allows for an extension of that 1-year period. So that's why the building commissioner had informed the town that, in fact, there was no way that this particular structure could be extended. And without a structure, they were unable to meet the requirements of the state CMR that requires them to actually have a structure that is a permanent structure that is exclusively for this particular use. My understanding is what is now proposed is to have an office in an existing structure that will be exclusively for this particular use. So in that sense, there would be the ability to continue the use using that structure. I will say that the plans that I saw were hand-drawn. They didn't really give me a very good indication as to what the space would include, so I don't know, I can't confirm that they would comply. And I think that's something that Sean would have to confirm subsequent to this. So to the extent that an extension of a permit or a renewal of a permit is granted, it should be conditioned upon the building commissioner ensuring that there's at least 100 square feet of office space in an area, in a permanent building that is exclusively for the use of this use.
And on top of that, my understanding is, even though we give a permit, a license, he still has to go, the state police still have to check out the property and approve
Registry, yeah.
as part of the registry program?
I didn't look into that issue, Mr. Chairman. It's possible.
Yeah, 'cause
That wasn't what I was focused on when I reviewed this.
Okay. All right.
And it still has to comply with zoning as well, again, so the building commissioner will ensure that that happens.
Okay.
So is the request for a 4-month extension using the temporary
Well, no,
location?
the license that you issued for
It would just
2019
be a
is
year,
expired.
right.
You'll have to grant him a license, because he also has a different location,
Yeah,
same
so
address,
now
but
the
different
physical
location.
location of his office becomes upstairs of the Mako.
Right.
And it's a permanent structure, and if it's got 100 square feet and complies with Sean, what they're saying is he meets the rules.
Okay.
But does it matter that the structure is not on the same property as the lot?
It has to be the same address according to the CMR, so
It is the same property.
It is the same property.
I would say that when you're talking about granting another license for a year, if he's going to construct a new structure and occupy that within a year, then I think that he would have to come back and get the license updated at that point in time, even if it's less than a year.
Got it. Any further questions?
Well, I'm uncomfortable with the one sentence on Paul Haverty's letter. It says, I am unable to determine compliance with this requirement based on the plans I have received. So,
That's where he said make it contingent on Sean's
Right,
inspection.
that's why I think that there should be a condition that requires the building commissioner to confirm that it meets the 100 square foot requirement contained in the regulations. Because the plans I had didn't have any dimensions, so I really have no idea whether it meets that requirement or not.
You're gonna be taking a piece of the Mako building to use part of that? Is that what you're trying to do?
On Mako, they have a second floor office. They don't use that. The lady wanted the land. That's the one at Mako. So she gonna let me use the second floor office temporary. So the time she put the building, because she's the one of the whole land. My lot and Mako. And they have on the second floor we have my office and have another bathroom for us too. So we don't have not to do on Mako. Mako has her own office downstairs with her own bathroom.
And is that 100 feet?
Sean's seen it.
10 by 10?
If I may, I'm very familiar with the Mako building. It's well over 100 square feet. My concerns with wanting to perform an inspection, it would be for the life safety aspects of the building itself. I know it meets the square footage calculations. It would be egress, exits, stairways, handles, bathrooms, doorways. That's what I want to take a look at. I will do that first thing in the morning.
So we'll wait till we hear a report from you?
yeah, I mean, is there a reason that it has to be done tonight, I guess is my question. Why can't it wait till our next meeting, till you've done your inspection and we have more
And I will
information
perform that
about
inspection
compliance?
first thing in the
Living
morning.
without the license.
So if we just make it contingent upon Sean's approval, then it means Mr. Silver can get back to work
I could
faster.
issue that approval or denial by 8:30 a.m. in the morning.
I do, in one way, feel a little bad. The guy's sitting on an inventory of cars, and
Yeah.
he can't sell them. Plus, he's paying rent to a landlord that hasn't built the building he was
I
promised.
mean, yeah, he's in a bind, and this is a livelihood at stake. So I think that if we put it contingent upon it passing inspection, and if Sean is willing to do that first thing in the morning, that's outstanding. So I would be very comfortable putting it contingent upon inspection.
And I only know this because I've had a lot of conversations with some of the car dealers in Lowell. The state police do go in, they look at the building after the fact. You're supposed to have a separate entrance, they're also going to be looking at this. So if Sean says it's safe, and the state police sign off on his license, or the registry, or whatever arm of the state police that does that, I think if he passes those two, I think he's got a
It's
viable
fine, yeah.
location.
The state police just go over there for the dealer plate. When I got my license over here, that's the town released the license. The state police just go over there to
For your dealer
release-
plates.
to
But
the
for
dealer
when they
plate.
do your dealer plates, they look at the building.
Yeah, they come to the building
have
to
enough
give you the
parking
dealer plate.
spaces. If
Yeah.
you're allotted 30, you're allotted what, how many cars did you apply for, 30 cars? was it?
No, I apply for 75, and you guys give me 35,
Yeah.
and I can apply for 65 if I don't have any problem in 6 months. I never apply for more cars because I don't have the building. I don't have space to to put employees over there. you
So
know what I mean?
initially, you're gonna have 35, you're gonna
I
have
have
35.
I have a license right now for 35. Yes, you know, when I get the building done, then I can put more employees. Then I can raise the lot and put more cars over there. And I've been there for 1 year, pay my tax, everything right. I don't have any issues. Never been in the court. Do everything straight.
Yeah, I mean, I think contingent upon the inspection, I think it's fine, rather than delay it another couple of weeks.
Opinions?
Somebody else can make the motion then.
I make a motion that we approve this license contingent upon the office space passing inspection
By the building inspector.
by the building inspector.
It'll be for 35 cars, not more than 35 cars, right? And then,
Yes,
It'll be the duplicate of the license that expired.
yes.
yeah. Yeah.
So we have a motion.
Sean will report to,
Yeah, and I'll let you know
Yep.
tomorrow.
Do we have a motion?
You just had one.
No, I know. We have a motion. Do we have a
I'll
second?
second.
A motion is second. All in favor?
Aye.
All right.
Against?
No.
No, okay.
No vote.
So 5-0.
Just one more question. When I have the building done, I can get a more space over there.
You
Right?
can apply.
We gotta apply because the first time I was here, and I request for 65, and they told me I can apply for 65 after 6 months, and I never.
Months of
applied for that.
operation.
Yeah. Then been more than 6 months. I just want to make sure
Yep.
because it's going to be a lot of investment over there right now.
Right.
Yep.
It's the building, like, it's state law, so,
All right. Thank you.
Yep.
thank you.
All right, then we have a one-day beer and wine license for the Chelmsford Public Library. Anybody here for that?
That's for Winterfest.
Yep.
So I'll make a motion that we approve the one-day beer and wine license for the Chelmsford Public Library for January 31st, 2020, from 6:30 to 9 p.m.
The second,
We have a motion, second, all in favor? Aye.
Aye.
5-0. All right, that brings us to Board of Selectmen appointments. And tonight we're appointing 2 residents for the Value and Visions Committee.
They've been invited if,
Yep, so we have Deirdre Conley. Do you want to come up and say anything?
Deirdre Conley, 19 Billrica Road. Thank you for inviting me to say a few words in support of my application for this committee. I was excited to learn of the formation of the committee. I think it's important for organizations periodically to review their priorities and strategy to achieve those priorities. I'm hopeful that over the course of this committee's tenure, that different components of the town leadership will be heard, and stakeholders will have an opportunity to express their concerns. Hopefully, we'll become aware of new concerns that we haven't previously been even aware of, and hopefully new individuals may be encouraged to join in and have their voices heard and perhaps be brought into the town civic life. I feel like I'm particularly well suited for this committee because I've been living in town for 18 years, have been on town meeting for much of that time, not all. I stepped back when my husband was on the school board so that I could be at home more. Also have done prior committee work. I've had children in the schools in the past and currently, and I live in the center of town in a historic home, so I'm interested in the strategic plan and development of the town. Also, I'm a physician in practice for 13 years in the town, and many of my patients are citizens, and I'm interested in the civic development as a means of ensuring that my patients' needs are well met. Finally, in my daily work as a physician, I spend much of my time listening to people's concerns and issues and gathering data and synthesizing them into a plan and a concept and organizing my thoughts with multiple different aspects. So I think that ability to create and integrate data in a meaningful way makes me well-suited for this committee. And I thank you for your consideration.
Thank you, Deirdre. And then we have an application here for Aaron Cunningham. Aaron, you want to say anything?
Thank you all tonight for the opportunity to speak. Aaron Cunningham, 67 Billerica Road. So obviously you guys got my application letter for this, and I'd like to try to summarize that, but some of you know I can be a little wordy, so I'll do my best. You know, between my many years of business experience as well as my recent experience on the Recycling and the Energy Conservation Committee in town, I think I have a pretty good foundation for what needs to be done to kind of execute the activities of this committee. But I think more importantly, although I've only been in Chelmsford for a year and a half, which is not very long by Chelmsford standards, my wife, who's not hopefully listening, has been in town for almost 20 years as a teacher. And even though we lived in New Hampshire, Chelmsford was our community. My kids have gone to school here since before preschool. They were founding members of Lions Pride when that project started over at Westlands. So we finally made good on becoming a part of the community more than just, you know, driving down to be a part of the community. But I think I bring a unique perspective because of that. I'm not only a new resident, and I can now be involved in the town, but I do know this community just from spending all those years here. I've also learned that serving on two town committees, that local government participation really does matter, and I didn't realize that until I got involved. Things are decided at the town level that definitely impact our daily lives. I've learned that if you have the time, civic service is really important, and it matters. It matters that you give your time to your community when you can. This community is an opportunity for me to serve again, but before you decide whether I would be the right person or not, I think you should know my thoughts and my values and my vision the way I see it. So no, obviously civic service is something that's important. But my importance is on educating our youth, educating ourselves, educating, you know, everybody, not just the school system itself. I believe in community-based business advocacy. Sorry, that's a tough word to say with my liners in. But, you know, we have to be welcoming to businesses, and I think that needs to be a part of our mission. Sustainability and environmental leadership, definitely core to my heart. Providing the highest level of public safety for people and property. We all know that should be something that's core to us. And being fiscally responsible as to not mortgage our future, which I think we do pretty well. All of this should be done in a community that values differences and diversity. Very important to me. We need to be able to engage in healthy debate, come to consensus. We need to respect the experience and knowledge of the prior generations. We need to be open in listening to the needs, ideas, and growing experience of today's generation. Can't lose touch. Most importantly, we're stewards of the town today. We need to be ready to pass that baton to the children when it's their turn to lead in the future. And that's why I live in Chelmsford, and I want to be a part of ensuring those things make it into our standards and be a voice for all of this. So I appreciate the consideration. I know I'm in very good company with the folks that applied for this, and I'd be happy if any of us make it on. So thank you very much.
Thanks, Aaron. Let's see, we also have an application from Will Wagner, but I don't see Will here. And Badri? Oh. Didn't see you back there.
Hi.
How are you?
Good. Thank you for giving this opportunity to come speak. I'm not prepared with notes. My application was 3 phrases or 3 lines, basically, just talking about it. But I've served on the founding Energy Conservation Committee membership back in 2008 and before 9, and before that I was also the volunteer director for the Green and Chelmsford initiative when we took on sustainability way back before it became a hot topic in that sense. I remember making presentations here with Claire and others, and probably Eric
Oliver.
yeah, and making computations of greenhouse gas emissions, trying to talk to school kids about learning mean averages, statistical deviation, about all those kinds of things. But all said and done, those two events, I've also been a town meeting representative now for about the fourth year, starting the fifth year, so to speak, roughly. So that's the background about me. I come from a sort of an international background, so to speak. I hold, I am very vocal, as some have either seen me present on certain topics at town meeting as a representative. And that diversity or that inclusive or a different experience may be useful, and that's something that you may want to consider. As others have said, now I'm 14 years, 6 months, 1 day that I've been a resident of town. Don't ask me why, it's just the 6-month anniversary. I just remember the day. Obviously I'm invested in the community, looking forward to it. I have a daughter, 6 more years to go in school, or 5.5 as it goes. So something that I believe is that Chelmsford being a unique town, I go back to thinking that Chelmsford is the one town that doesn't have a rival in the United States, but named as another town, Chelmsford. Most other towns have it, so we're in a league of ourselves. So I think the vision and values proposition is a committee, and looking ahead, constantly looking to see what we have to do to improve our standing as a community, as a futuristic approach of making sure that our residents, businesses, all feel comfortable in a what I would just term as either triple bottom or sustainable manner of coexistence. The right way, I think, is to call them as Native Americans, but as they lived one with the land. I think we have to think about a unifying principle going forward, as sustainability becomes the key challenge, both economically, environmentally, and people culture-wise, just being the melting pot, so to speak. So there it is. I'm just one spice in the melting pot. Do consider, if my time is available for the next few months, a few hours a week to hear people's thoughts, debate, discuss, and probably provide the guidance that's required and future opportunities there. So, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And last on the list, we had Brandon Morris. Is he? No.
That's him.
Okay. Do we want to go through and put our names in, who we want? You want to kick us off, George? Do you want to tell us who you're, you want to just do the vote, or?
A vote?
Yeah. You want to go through and?
Deidre, I get.
You want to give us two? Because we're choosing two, right?
The first two, Mr. Cunningham, is it?
Okay.
That was fine. I have no problem with the others either, I just, you know what I mean,
These are really good applicants. Like, they're just really good applicants. I'm gonna go with Deirdre and it's like any, meeny, many, mo. This is horrible. And Badri, because it's nice when people come in. Not that, I have anything against the people who had other commitments tonight, but.
Virginia?
It's hard. It is. It's really hard. These are great people. Thank you all for stepping up.
I think I'd just go with Deirdre and Aaron.
Pat?
I'm going to go with Emily's choices, Deirdre and Badri. Now it's up to you.
I know.
Everybody.
Well, first I'll start off by saying that it's always great when you
Any
have
of them?
two,
Yeah.
you're looking for two volunteers and you get five,
awesome ones.
yeah, great applicants. And the one thing I ask is that, don't feel spited by the process and sign up for the next thing that comes up, because we definitely need more people to get involved. I mean, as I pointed out earlier, we have one committee that's completely open. So we would love it if people would get more involved. And so with that, I would vote for Deirdre and Aaron. Yep.
Okay.
So I think if I tallied that right, it's 5-3 to 2 on that. But, so congratulations, Deirdre and Aaron. All right, that brings us to reports and presentations.
Sean?
Sean, you want to start you off with 54 Richardson Road?
Oh, first one, 54 Richardson.
Yeah.
Sean Shanahan, Building Commissioner. I received a letter from the North Chelmsford Water District attorney stating that there were some zoning violations over at 54 Richardson Road. Looking back into the past, I've seen a repetitive complaint list generated from North Chelmsford Water District regarding the same complaints. And then reached out to town council to give me some legal advice on it. I went over, looked at the property, looked at the past history, the past complaints. I view the property as a pre-existing non-conforming property that it's never lost its use. It's been a yard, a DPW yard, a town yard, commonly known as, for as long as I can trace it back. And I feel that that's the determination of the building commissioner is pre-existing non-conforming use. And there were previous decisions by the ZBA that stated that exact fact, that that these were pre-existing non-conforming uses, and they continue to go there. And I feel that's as it stands now.
Okay. Paul, do you have anything you want to add to that, or?
So, Mr. Chairman, I also reviewed the prior complaints that were filed. There was one that went to an appeal to the Board of Appeals. Board of Appeals issued a lengthy decision going point by point and addressing every claim that was made. There was one claim that they actually ruled in favor of the water district. All the rest of the claims they found were either unsupported or were pre-existing non-conforming uses. There was an appeal that was filed. It went to the Superior Court. That appeal was eventually dismissed by a stipulation of dismissal, which makes it a final determination. So I took a look at the current complaint that was filed, a request for zoning enforcement. And in my review, the claims that are made in the current letter are very similar to what was raised previously back in 2006. There weren't a lot of specifics. They were really just generalities stating essentially the same general claims as before. So without greater detail than that, it was my determination that these claims are essentially barred by the doctrine of res judicata, because there was already a final determination with regards to these issues. Now, it may be that there is an actual difference in kind or in degree that the Water District intended to raise, but it's certainly not discernible in the letter that they submitted to the Building Commissioner. There is a process if the Water District does want to challenge the decision of the Building Commissioner, and again, that is to file an appeal with the Zoning Board of Appeals. They certainly have the right to do that. It's a 30-day appeal period.
And 30 days starts when?
From the date that they get written determination from the Building Commissioner, which was last week at some point, right, John?
They're here. Ask them to speak, or if prefer they don't speak, or whatever. They're back. The superintendent and their attorney are back in the room. So.
Okay.
Up to you.
Sean, what was do you know if the date of that determination was?
121.
So they have 30 days from 121 to file an appeal with the ZBA.
February 20th.
Does the water department want to say anything, or?
Bruce Harper from the North Chelmsford Water District. I just want to raise a few concerns. I agree, it is similar to the letter back, I think it was 2006, when the highway department was finally moved from Richardson Road over to Alpha Road. Things haven't changed. Our goal was to protect the water supply, and we need the town of Chelmsford also to protect the water supply. And the activities that we see going down the DPW, we don't think that's protections there. You know, we see a lot of Ashburnham tree trucks not doing service for the town, doing service for National Grid. They don't belong there. I understand it's a non-conforming use. Does that make it right? I don't believe it does. You know, just because of pre-existing grandfathered use, under new rules and regulations of the Mass DEP, you guys are probably getting familiar with PFAS. PFAS is a forever chemical that is being shown up in a lot of water supplies. There's some Teflon tape, Teflon paste, firefighting foams, tin foil, and we're talking parts per trillion. And the highway department is surrounded by this land in between. Cold Spring Brook wraps right around the back of the highway department, comes down between the existing property and flows right into the North Shore Water District property. And I'm not saying, you know, PFAS is coming from there, but there's a lot of potential, a lot of hazards, a lot of risk. This is what they call a forever chemical. You guys are probably familiar with the new movie just come out, Dark Waters. It's all about this PFAS, and it's going to cost millions and millions of dollars to get it out of the water supplies. You know, we spent $8.4 million back in 2011 to build a water treatment plant to take care of some contaminants. Doesn't even come close to taking care of this PFAS. There's 5,000 known contaminants. Right now, they're regulating 6. The regulation in the Mass DEP right now is 70 parts per trillion. The EPA, I should say. The Massachusetts dropping that number down to 20. You know, so my point is, I understand non-conforming, yes, grandfathered, does not make it right. That's my point. That's why the DPW took the initiative, moved over Alpha Road, all well and said. I will give the DPW credit. In the last 2 weeks since Sean issued the letter, there has a lot of cleanup activities done in the DPW yard. They cleaned up all the asphalt, they moved some trailers out of there, they moved some computer, you know, electronic stuff that was there. It does look a lot better, but there's no reason why it should get that way in the first place. You know, I'm answering any questions. If any other questions?
Any questions?
When do those trucks, the trees will be out of there, another week?
Yeah, I can ask Gary if you want to come up and update you. Gary's here this evening.
But a lot of work the Ashland trucks were doing, I live in Westford, and they were doing a lot of work in Westford, parking the trucks in Chelmsford.
Well, I think
for
they
National.
come down, they start with the line up there and they're coming through. Not
Right, but it's for National Grid, not for the town of Chelmsford. I was told that they were put there for the courtesy of the town of Chelmsford.
But I think it's a contract they have with the town of Chelmsford.
I don't believe so.
Well, that's agreement.
Gary Perschetti, DPW Director. The trucks will be here another month. What they've been doing is they're working on all the major lines. And there is one line in Westford, it's 57L2. And then all the rest are in Chelmsford. There's 73L1, which is all in West Chelmsford. They have L21 and 2L4, which are in North Chelmsford. 73L2, 58L2, and 58L, which are all in West Chelmsford. What happens to us is we benefit from the fact that all of these lines are going to be cleared of all limbs, branches, and a couple of trees that need to go because they are dead. So I would believe that Chelmsford's going to benefit in the fact that we're going to have less power outages as we continue on. That's one of the reasons why we always partner up with National Grid with this kind of stuff. Asplin, which is the company that's doing it, they have their own records of all their trucks. Their trucks are serviced constantly. They have to report any incidences as they have them. They have none to date. I've been down there at least every other day, checking with them, meeting with Manny, who's the on-site supervisor, and I sometimes talk to Kathleen Blanchett, who is the head of Asplin that's running this division. And yes, basically, there was a couple of trucks to Ford that were out in Westford, and, you know, I don't see much of a need for pushing trucks to two different places when they can work on them, house them, and we're getting probably the 90% benefit of this on that front.
Gary, when they're cutting the trees, just, you know, they look like they're doing a great job in a lot of areas, but then when they get to where there's a lot of pines, do they have trouble cutting a lot of pines when the wires are going through, like, branches of pines? I was just curious, because, you know, a few other people have mentioned it to me, too. I mean, like, you go up Main Street, and, I mean, they've done a real good job, but, you know, and then you get to an area where it's just pine, and, you know, the wires go right.
The way I understand it is they're taking care of anything that is a potential and will be a potential. I'd imagine if you had a branch
Like
below
heavier
and a
branch or
branch
something
above
like
that are not interfering and are not breaking, then they may leave those.
Just, it was just having, there was
Mhm.
pine in two or three
Sure.
occasions, so I didn't know it was.
So Gary, regardless of the pre-existing non-conforming use, Mr. Harper said that he was happy to see some of the cleanup and change in practices that had gone on. So for the future, I mean, are we making some of that just a standard practice?
Yes, I mean, I've actually walked this
So-
property approximately 7.5 years ago with Paul Cohen, 2 selectmen, North Water District. And we came to an understanding then that we were gonna do a bunch of cleanup and knock down piles and do different things, which I think we've done. The problem that we run into constantly is the fact that we do not have the room on Alpha Road, and never did, to be bringing product in and out. So it goes there. Fortunately, this has been an extremely great year. The way the storms have come, they've given us time to do something that we don't sometimes get to do till the spring, and that's what Bruce is talking about now. You know, we got rid of trailers that we intended to. We moved the trailer over for our mechanics to where they need it. We've gotten rid of a lot of stuff that we don't need, that we would have gotten rid of come spring because of the fact that we can get it out of there right now with the weather conditions. My personal opinion, and I know it's only one person's opinion, is that site has only gotten better as time has gone on. We monitor it better. We want to make sure that, you know, we're working within the confines. I believe there's a lot less done there than ever was, and that's what will be continued. We are not mining sand anymore, which means that what we're going to do in the spring and summer is we have to stabilize the bank and make it even all the way around. That's one of the reasons why we took the wood chips from National Grid, because that'll be top coat as you're growing grass and weeds to keep it there. So, I mean, that's an operation that's been stopped for 2 years, and now we'll get that taken care of, so.
So you're using this chips to grow the grass?
It will stabilize the bank while you know, doing your storms, and the fact that there'll be nothing but, you know, dirt there while you're establishing
the other
it.
problem was the gate, so. you know,
The gate is shut all the time now, and actually we're in the process of electrifying it, so it opens and closes on its own. That's probably about 2 months out with the parts and getting it in. Yep.
Thank you.
You're more than welcome.
Any questions?
Yes.
Yeah, I know. Thanks, Gary.
Hi, good evening. Bruce Clark, Chairman of the Water District. I understand that Sean and Town Council have ruled, you know, the non-conforming use, but they're telling us that the non-conforming use is the DPW garage. Now, there's a contractor's yard with a private contractor parking vehicles there, storing them there, and now I just found out they're servicing them there. I'm not sure about what they're doing for fuel, but I'm a little bit concerned that, you know, that what they're looking at and telling us that it's a DPW yard that's grandfathered or non-conforming. Now it's a completely different thing with the parking of these vehicles. Now he's telling us they're gonna be removed in 30 days. So what if they're not removed in 30 days and now the 30-day appeal period is up and so forth? So we should go ahead and file the appeal, or should we try to get Sean to look at it a different way, Town Council in a different way? But they definitely shouldn't have those trucks there. It has nothing to do with the DPW. right? Everybody's looking at me with a blank stare, but am I right or wrong, you think? It's two different things, in my opinion. Contractor's yard would be no different, you know, if somebody else, Drum Hill Construction was parking their trucks in there, or some other tree service.
Well, that'd be a little bit different if it's for the benefit of the town. I mean, we wouldn't allow a private
Well, this is
business
a
to park
private
there.
contractor, isn't it?
It is for the benefit of the town.
Well, it doesn't matter if it's a private benefit to the town, it's a contractor's yard, storage of temporary storage of vehicles. There's all kinds of things in the bylaw that they're violating.
So-
That's my opinion, is I'd like to maybe ask if, how they're refueling the trucks, if, do they bring a truck to refuel them, or are they refueling them at, no, okay.
No fueling at all. When I said that, they're doing, if a belt breaks or,
Yeah.
very minor stuff.
Servicing, okay.
They don't do any real work there.
All right.
And for the people at home that didn't hear that, Gary's answer to that question was there is no refueling being done at the DPW.
Okay, thanks.
Paul,
But,
did you look at that
I think-
differentiation?
I'm sorry.
I'm sorry, I was asking Attorney Haverty if he looked at the differentiation that
Okay.
you're identifying.
Yeah, I'd like to see what he thinks in regards to, you know, I don't even think if it's a non-conforming use and they've extended that non-conforming use or changed that non-conforming use, they need to go before the planning board, you know, for special permits and so forth. So, yeah, I'd be interested to see his response. Thanks.
So, Mr. Chairman, through you, I did actually look at that issue because it was raised in the 2006 allegation as well. In 2006, said that the DPW regularly allows private contractors to utilize the Richardson Road site for storage and use of private contractors' equipment, excavation, fill, and other materials. And that claim was rejected by the Board of Appeals at that time. I did make allowance in my letter for the fact that additional information could actually be introduced at some point that would perhaps help differentiate a current claim from a prior claim. But from what was presented to the building commissioner at this stage, I don't see any difference in the specificity of those claims.
So what you're saying is the
The
claim has
fact-
to be rewritten and submitted to Sean.
I think that additional information could be provided. It was very threadbare submittal that he received. But simply stating that private contractors are using it doesn't differentiate it from what was alleged in 2006. Even if it wasn't the same private contractors, you know, it doesn't state whether there's a difference in kind or a difference in degree. So with what has been provided, I just don't see enough to take this out of the realm of a res judicata issue. There is certainly an aspect of zoning law that talks about a non-conforming use and the fact that if it's expanded, that expansion could exceed what is properly allowed under that non-conforming use and therefore would not be allowed unless it was actually allowed not by the planning board, by the zoning board of appeals after a finding that it's not substantially more detrimental. But again, there's no evidence in front of me and in front of the building commissioner to lead to that conclusion at this point.
Want to add something, Sean?
Yeah, if I may, I have a few pictures here that I just took off the internet from 2003, 2008, and 2017 that show the definite reduction in use of that space, if you'd like to view it.
Sure. I mean, I will say that, and Emily kind of is pointing this out to me, that, you know, the maintenance of the lines is probably something I would include under DPW to make sure that we have proper electricity, but they can't do it, so we have to, you know, let someone else do it. So, I mean, they are doing it for the betterment of the town. And it does seem like, as far as best practices goes at that site, the DPW is doing what they can to, over time, mitigate what was or used to be there. That being said, it does sound like to me you have two choices. You can change the complaint and refile with Sean, or you can file your appeal, and in 30 days, if the trucks are gone, you can withdraw it. So those are sort of my two thoughts on it.
I don't see it on the agenda, but there's a couple of people in there. I don't know if you're going to speak in open session regarding Dottie, or you're going to, because I did speak to Sean very very briefly, but we were supposed to get together. It was my fault. We didn't, about perhaps maybe.
It's a different
Oh,
time.
we're talking about
George,
the Holiday Inn.
we're gonna do that next. We're gonna do that next after.
Is it on that?
Yeah,
I
it
just
is.
missed it?
Yeah, it's there.
I'm sorry.
It's okay. So that being, is that,
Yeah, I guess I would ask Gary, why are the vehicles gonna be removed in the next 30 days? Is there some kind of contract that's up, or?
No, there's no contract up. Where we are is that's estimate from what they gave is the initial time period that they would need to do it. And I could do follow-up with them and see if they're any closer or longer. That's easily able to do, but it did not have dates, what they had said. They'd be here approximately 3 months, with best guesses of what they're doing, 3 to 4 months doing.
But what's taking place here is part of National Grid's rotation of trees, which is on a 3-year schedule. We've had National Grid come in and address the board.
Sure.
Particularly, regarding the issue of maintenance of lines and avoiding power outages and prolonged that we've had. So, yes, they'll be gone because they'll move on to other areas, and then probably about 3 years from now, they'll be back in.
Right.
And what's happening a little here, and I think it was noted in the concern, is they have a lot of crews in at once.
Yes.
And so, but that means the job gets done quicker, and then they move on. Whereas in the past, there have been fewer crews and a longer duration.
So is this one of those situations where by having it done quickly by more people, you have a reduced risk to contaminants at all, as opposed to just dragging it out? in the
No, I
morning?
mean, if you come with 2 trucks or you come with 22 trucks,
Yours is the
okay,
same.
you have 1 leak, you have a contaminant, okay? The issue is they are bound by law
Yeah.
to report that immediately, to get Clean Harbors or whoever they do in, and of course, they'd have to report it directly to me if it's on our property. I can tell you, none of that has happened. And I have that from the company itself, since they've been on our property. The only other thing I did want to add is simply that when you work with utilities and other companies like that, I just know from experience that if you don't allow a little bit of leeway with them and help them out, they're more apt to do more elsewhere. You know what I mean? They have certain amounts that they have to do, but I mean, we've always gotten good service. We get them pretty much really good doing storms and stuff, and I think it's because we have a relationship that keeps us moving together with what we do.
okay. Anybody else?
That chemical that they were talking about, where does that come from? That new chemical that they're really
PFAS.
afraid of? What is that?
Yeah, I can answer that, George.
I'm just curious.
Like I said, non-conformance or not, doesn't make it right. That's,
No,
I
but
just
the
want to start off with that.
20%, 20 units of.
PFAS it's a word this long. It's like a perfluorinated. It comes from dental floss, rain gear,
Gore-Tex.
Teflon paste. Yeah, anything with Teflon tape, Teflon paste, Teflon used in your frying pans, firefighting foam, certain tin foils. It's like a sheen that gets on water. It just doesn't break down. And it's. I mean, the DPW years ago, they put monitoring wells in. As far as I know, they've been monitored probably since back in 2006. I mean, if Gary wanted to assure us that there's no contaminants on site, I understand Ashbelon or anybody that's on that site is supposed to, if there's any spillage, let you know. You and I know, does it really happen? I mean, they grease the trucks, they maintain their trucks, inject oil in their trucks. What else happens? I have no idea. There is monitoring wells on that property. Maybe they should start monitoring those wells, and they make it a lot safer for us.
So how much of this is coming off of people's Teflon frying pans that start to degrade after a few uses? I mean,
it's a lot of water departments have already taken action. We luckily haven't seen it showed up yet. I've done samples. We come up clean. It doesn't mean next time I do it, it's going to be the state of Massachusetts is changing the parts per trillion.
Right.
A has already gone through it. Shirley's gone through it. Devon's. A lot of people that have like firefighting academies or what next to not Air Force. Military bases. They see a lot of the stuff showing up in the water supply. It just travels through the ground, and it just doesn't break down.
Right.
You know, some of your chemicals break down, you know, they get diluted, but this stuff doesn't get filtered, there's ways of taking it out. They're what they call a short chain carbon, and the short chain carbons are the problem. Then they get long, there's, like I said, there's 5,000, right now they're monitoring 18, and they're counting the first 6. You know, it's a major problem. And us as a water district, you as a town, you know, your interest should be to protect the water supplies. And non-conforming or not, the uses shouldn't be there. That's my opinion.
Thank you. Okay. Next, we go to the, Sean, can you talk to us about the brightness of the Holiday Inn signs?
Yeah, so this comes from a complaint that actually I received beginning of probably last year in February from Dottie Jones and the neighborhood over there about the Holiday Inn sign being too light. I had then approached Jamson, who happens to be the hotelier over there, and asked them if they could dial back that LED sign that was approved through a variance. They did do that. It seems that now, a year later, that this has now come back again. I see that as I drove over there that the leaves are not on the trees. But back in May of 2018, there was a variance approved for the sign, and the sign was to be lit at 196 nits, which is the illumination factor that we go by. The town bylaws allow for a maximum of 200 at night. The sign was manufactured, I verified with the manufacturer today, was manufactured at 196 maximum. They then applied a film, because of the colors that are in the sign, that protects the sign itself from having burn marks from the LED bulbs, which dims that even more than 196 nits. I don't think we have an issue. The owner wants to be a good neighbor and is willing to do what they can to accommodate. I contacted the sign installer. They are going to verify through a affidavit that it is set at 196 nits maximum. And they will also attempt to dial it down again. It requires 100 watts to 277 watts of power to run it. So they do have a voltage or a watt difference that they can dumb that down a little bit without changing bulbs. And they will do everything they can to attempt that. It's not something that occurs tomorrow. But they are going to work on it, come up with a plan, and let me know what that plan is within the next week or so.
When you speak with them about the plan, could you maybe bring up the fact that every year after the foliage has fallen, if they could set it up so that as a reminder to dial down the sign just a little bit?
So in speaking with them, that's something that they're willing to do on a permanent basis, is keep it at that level at an hour before dusk and up until an hour before dawn. At that level that's comfortable year round, because someone's going to forget in 5 years, 10 years, may not all be here, and they want that to be, a good neighbor, and they want to make every attempt at being that. So
that's something they can do just at special times, like real late at night, or is that the best time for them to do their advertising?
Yes, so they're looking at it. We're also restricted by the sign and its capabilities in and of itself, and what that wattage is or voltage is that they can dumb it down to. Like I said, it has a minimum of 100 and a maximum of 277. So whatever they can do to make that sign still properly function and turn that down, that's what they will do.
And our problem basically is they do have a special permit that.
They did receive a special permit, and they are in compliance with what our zoning bylaws. They're well under compliance of what our zoning bylaws say.
So, if we speak to them, you've spoken to them, and you find them to be
They own a few hotels in town, and they just want to be good neighbors. Yeah. They really do. So there wasn't even a question when I asked them.
maybe when you find out, you know, what you're trying to find out, maybe we can sit down with them and, you know, if you think there's a way we could.
So my next answer that I'm waiting for is from the manufacturer to see where that is now and how much more it can be dialed back. I don't know that difference yet, and as soon as they furnish me that answer, I will certainly report back.
Thank you.
Thanks, Sean. Okay, and then.
Did you want to recognize that? You wanted to hear, George had said that he
I'm
wanted
so,
to.
well, I did. You know what, see, I had the other.
Well, I'm just trying to help you out.
Yeah, no, I appreciate it, but I had, that's why I didn't see it on the initial agenda, but,
Good evening, Dottie Jones, 23 Buckman Drive. First off, our condolences to you, Paul, for your recent loss. We're very sorry. I am here as well as Mr. Buckley, both as neighbors and town meeting representative. And we're here to represent our neighborhood, which primarily would be Buckman Drive, Larson Circle, and Diane Lane. And we are situated in the opposite side of 495. Theoretically, our backyards are getting the benefit of all that nice white and green lights over there. So we did pull up the zoning for signs and outdoor lighting. And there are a lot of things that are mentioned in there that don't seem to have been taken into consideration for the Holiday Inn Express. Their illuminated signs are extremely large and extremely illuminated. There is the sign at the front of the building and the back of the building, which are roughly 10 feet high and 14 feet wide. There is also a third sign on the west side of the building. We're not concerned about the sign in the front. They can have that one. But we're really not happy with the sign in the back. If you figure the traffic is going north and south on 495, I don't really know why you need a sign that's 10 feet by 14 feet facing the back of the building. If people are coming north and going south, and they see that sign, they have to get off in Westford and turn around and go back. And coming in the other direction, there is no sign until you pass the building. The Radisson next door has one little sign at the far end of their building that says Radisson. It's like in script letters. And I went by the other night, and in fact, that's the only lit sign that they have, but they probably don't realize this, but the only letter that's lit is the R. So there's no signage back there at all. There was something written in the zoning that if a building is going to have more than one sign, the signage area, I guess, that they can have is 20% of the front, or 80 square feet. If you're going to have more than one sign, you have to divide, you can have two signs, but you have to divide that area in half. So your sign in the front and your sign in your back would be half of that. But they have three signs, and they're all illuminated. And they light up our neighborhood like it's daytime. And granted, we also have the new addition of the overhead lights on 495. So we've got, that's not helping the situation, but it is like daylight in our backyards. The lights come on right now, they're coming on around 5 o'clock in the evening, and they're on until 7 o'clock in the morning. And so, guess we're just looking for some help, and Sean, thank you for explaining all of that. I'm hoping that, with all the dimming, maybe it will help. And I know there's no leaves on the tree right now, but even when there is, we still see the sign. There's something written in the zoning that illuminated signs cannot be mounted any higher than 25 feet on a building. Holiday Inn Express has 5 floors. And on top of that, the 2 illuminated signs are on the rooftop. And that's another written policy in the zoning that you don't have rooftop signs. So now, yeah, without the leaves, it's like you want to reach out and touch it. But when the leaves are on the trees, that is still higher than the trees. So we still see it. But we're just asking for help. I mean, it would have been nice in the beginning if maybe there was a little consideration, knowing that we're right in the backyard. And someone told me that that's not necessary anymore. You don't have to get permission to want to do something to your property. You just do it and follow the whatever guidelines there are. So I guess we're just looking for some consideration. Now it's down the road, so now it's kind of like backpedaling. But we're just reaching out and asking.
I will say, I do remember when that sign came in front of the planning board, and then
In the Board of Appeals.
In the Board of Appeals. It was in the room when it happened, so it was in the last 3 years. They did get a special
Variance.
Right.
variance on it. So
Yeah.
all of that was
Right.
talked about. It was public sessions to go to, and people, I think, did show up.
I don't,
It was legally advertised,
Yeah.
legal abutters were notified, it was done in.
Would they have
standard
counted
practice.
as legal abutters?
I don't believe
since
they're legal
across-
abutters, no.
Since they're across
No.
the highway?
No, but it was advertised in the newspaper in addition to the legal abutters being notified.
Could you clarify what was the variance that was granted? Was it the brightness? Was it the size? Was it the mounting height? All of those things?
John can address that, it's in detail.
So the variance that was granted was for the size, the number.
The number of what?
Number of
Signs?
signs.
Number of signs, I'm sorry, the size of the signs, the number of the signs, exceeding the square footage, and to install a wall signage in excess of the building height. So that's what the variance was granted. The governing of the illumination is something that is done in the ordinance all the time. It just so happens that their request and their design plan was under the 200 that we allow. I will add that, not that it makes it any better, that we are at 200 at night, the lowest community around that I could find. Everybody else is around 250 as far as nighttime illumination. They will, as I said, a different brand sort of enforcement or effort or however you want to put it, is getting these people just to work with us. Most of these people want to be good neighbors, and whether they're in compliance or not, let's let them dial it back and see if we can make them happy.
Okay.
Because they're probably going to be coming in to do something with the Radisson, which may explain why you're only seeing the letter R there. It's eliminated. No, because they've indicated
They
to
just
us.
haven't gotten
Yeah.
there yet.
Yeah, so they are interested in working with the town.
so it seems like all of our issues have been passed through a variance. Because those are all the things that we've mentioned.
Yeah, not
It
by,
does
not by
sound-
this board, but by the Board of
No, the
Appeals and the
variance-
Planning Board.
The
Yes.
variance names all of those things.
Yes.
Yes.
So,
But it does sound like, Sean, in reaching out to them, you have someone who's going to try.
We're gonna
You know,
try,
I don't know
right.
if you have any LEDs in your house that you try to dim down.
Yeah,
You get to a
yeah.
certain point, they shut off. So I'm
Right.
sure they've
Right.
got to figure out,
Or they
put a dimmer.
flicker.
Yeah, or they
Right.
flicker. So they got to figure out how low can they go before the lights start to flicker and don't work.
Right.
So why don't we let them
okay.
work with Sean, and we'll get an update from Sean and go
Okay.
from there.
Okay, and another wording in the zoning is that if directed or focused such to cause direct light from a luminaire to be cast toward residential buildings on or adjacent to nearby land, the luminaire shall be redirected or its light output controlled as necessary to eliminate such conditions. So, I don't know if that came out of the variance.
I don't know how that would have.
I think,
Sean can address that, it's not direct
is
lighting.
this because there's a highway in between that
They didn't consider us. Yeah, they just said the highway's in the backyard.
yeah,
The definition of legal abutters.
right, is not, yeah.
They're beyond that. And John can address the issue of direct light, yeah.
So in direct light into by definition, into a adjacent property would be within 50 feet of the property line from their property line.
And yeah, way more than that.
And not that it makes it better, but it's
Okay.
the distance that direct line is.
So I think, let's let Sean reach out to
Yep,
them and see
okay.
what we can,
All
and
right.
we'll keep you apprised and
Okay,
updated.
thank you. Thank you all for your time.
Thank you.
Gary, you want to give us an update on the DPW, the handicap signs, which we sort of got?
Good evening again. The update is that Southwell, there were two signs put by the playground. Those signs will be redone and done permanently in the spring. There'll be two more added.
Yep.
On the other side. The Thanksgiving Day Forest has one. The upper lot of Roberts Field has two. Those are the ones that are temporary and will be changed in the spring when the whole lot has been striped and set up. Crooked Springs has one by the kiosk, and Eastfield has two that are relocated today.
Okay. Thank you for taking care of that for us. Town manager reports?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. A number of items this evening, and I recognize we're 90 minutes in, so I'll try to be rather brief. I put in your packet, and we have on the screen this evening, the first draft of the spring annual town meeting warrant that will be held April 7th is the annual town election, and then the 27th is the spring annual town meeting. Where it goes from here is in 2 weeks from tonight, on February 10th, I'll give you a second draft. And then on 2 weeks following that, basically a month from tonight, roughly, 4 weeks, you will sign the warrant for the spring annual town meeting. That meets the necessary 35 days compliance with the April 7th annual town election. So I have a draft for you of the warrant articles. Again, remind the board that after the annual town election, the Board of Selectmen will make its recommendations on the warrant articles. And then in the meantime, starting a week from this Thursday on February 6th, the Finance Committee will begin its review of the warrant articles and the operating budget of the town. At this point, there's roughly 27 articles. Many of them are annual articles for spring annual town meeting because they pertain to the town's operating budget, capital budget, enterprise funds, and so forth. And so really, that really fills out, your first, bulk of your warrant. And just going down real quickly, every town meeting we hear reports of officers and committees. Next article that's on every town meeting is amending the current fiscal year budget. Then we have an article placeholder for funding of any collective bargaining agreements that may be reached. Then it's in the Neshoba School operating budget for the upcoming fiscal year. And the reason we put Neshoba School first is because they have dual town meetings that night. They have to go to Groton as well. So we put them before the Chelmsford Public Schools. So that's their order. And then following them is the Chelmsford Public Schools presenting their operating budget. And then it's the general government operating budget. And then we have a citizen petition, which I've sort of followed the guidance from previous board about not just tacking the citizen petition at the end of the warrant, but sort of doing it, if possible, within the first session, because the first session tends to be the most highly attended session. And this one is a financial article, and this was the petition article having to do with air quality studies. So that's where that is placed at this point in time. And again, if the board has direction, we can reorder these articles really, tonight or the next meeting. Again, as long as we come in with the final warrant for you to sign on the 24th of February. And then there's the Finance Committee Reserve Fund, the fiscal 21 capital budget. And then also, again, I put another one, the town charter amendment, again, with that flavor of the attendance, if we get there that first evening, but certainly by the second session. And that was a request from the Board of Selectmen to amend the town charter to increase the Board of Health from 3 to 5 members. That would require a town meeting vote, and then likely a vote on the following annual town election. The next article, we get into the enterprise fund, sewer enterprise fund operating budget, a sewer enterprise capital project, which is the Milan Avenue Sewer Pump Station reconstruction, which we funded a design for at the last fall annual town meeting. And then it becomes the stormwater management enterprise fund operating budget, the Forum Ice Rink Enterprise Fund operating budget, then a capital project for the forum, which is the ice chiller refrigeration system. We have an article placeholder for that at this point. Then we have the PEG Access Enterprise Fund operating budget, and then a capital request for computer servers for Chelmsford Telemedia, a warrant article. Then there's the golf course enterprise fund operating budget, and then there's the annual authorization of departmental revolving funds. Then the cemetery improvement and development fund, which we've seen at all fall and spring town meetings, having to do with the cemetery expansion project. Then there's the community action program fund warrant article, followed by the request from the Conservation Commission regarding the Cranberry Bog Dam tree removal and maintenance. And then we go into the community preservation fund articles, the annual article to fund their debt service, administrative expenses, and reserves. Article for a capital project for the preservation of historic vital records that's been submitted by the town clerk and has been favorably advanced by the Community Preservation Committee, because in order for a Community Preservation Fund article to be voted at town meeting and approved funding for, it has to have the endorsement of the Community Preservation Committee under state law. And then there's a Community Preservation Fund article placeholder for replenishment of their recreational and open space improvement funds. And then there would be Ledge Road and Oak Hill Road easements for roadway purposes, and that would have to do with the issue of the bus turnaround. I also heard from Public Works to be adding to this. We may need we need an article for easements for the Boston and Concord Road reconstruction project, so you'll see that on the next draft. And we also have I heard from the town engineer, Christine Papadopoulos, they're monitoring the activities of the State Stormwater Coalition and the DEP and the EPA. We may have to do amendments to the town stormwater bylaw to achieve compliance. That'll be clarified in the next couple of weeks. And then finally, we always leave an article for street acceptances if those are ready at this point in time. So that's where we are this evening. There's, like you said, between 25 to 30 articles when all is done. Yes.
On 26 with
Yes.
the land
Yes.
for Ledge Road.
Yeah.
Would it be helpful to approve Ledge and Dunstable even if we don't do anything with it? An easement there where we talked about potentially, possibly, maybe slightly kind of moving that pole.
Well, that's a different project. I mean, I guess we could do both. I mean, if you wanted to.
I just.
Well, again, we can do, we can add
Placeholder
that.
in
If you want
it,
a
so
placeholder
we
for Dunstable, we can add that.
Just, I wouldn't want to have to wait 6 months to go to town meeting for it later if we decide it's feasible and something we want to do.
Okay. I don't know if you.
Because if we get approval on it and don't do anything with it,
My only comment, and I'm not sure, I thought I saw Assistant DPW Director Yonley back there, is I don't think we have a design at any level for the end of Ledge and Dunstable, so I'm not sure, Mr. Chairman, if we would even know what we'd be looking to take at this point in time.
I think he gave us a figure, oh, there he is,
Well,
150.
that was a cost for to do the design.
right, but what I'm wondering, do we actually spell out in this
Oh,
article how much land we're
We'd
looking
have
for?
to we'd have to survey it in the plan, and it's a legal instrument of taking, whether it's an easement or land taking. And Steve can.
Yeah, good evening, Assistant Director of Public Works, Steve Yonley. Typically, and Paul, correct me if I'm wrong, these are worded that the town meeting action authorizes the board to obtain the land via gift, donation, eminent domain. But typically, we do have plans,
references
easement
of plan.
sizes and appraisals
For
done
the-
at
for
that
the-
point.
That you present to the
Correct.
town meeting.
Yep.
Okay. And how much time does it take for you to prepare those? And
Well, we're still actively working on the potential for a bus turnaround around the Ledge Road and Oak Hill Road intersection.
so you're still working on getting that in
Correct.
set for town meeting?
Correct.
But if we decided to do something, how
Well-
much time would it take? Would you need?
If it doesn't snow, then, we could, I'm gonna paint myself in a corner here, but we could probably get it done. I don't know what is this realigning the intersection?
Yeah.
Then, yeah, because it's not a whole lot of work.
Okay.
So the potential is to get it done, but.
I'll keep that in mind. I'm not looking to make your life miserable. All right.
So that's the draft of the warrant. Again, if over the next couple of weeks, and again, we have 2 meetings from now, when you'll sign the final warrant, but it'll be helpful when we leave the next meeting in 2 weeks if we have sort of the order and such of the warrant. If the board has any changes, let me know. The next item I have is the fiscal year 21 town manager operating and capital budgets. The town bylaws specify not only the town meeting being the last Monday in April, it also specifies that I have to release an operating budget by 90 days prior to that, and that brings us here this evening. The challenge in this is that we really wait for the state to finalize a first look at the state operating budget, because that affects local aid and assessments and so forth. And that just came out last Wednesday afternoon about 4 o'clock, because what happened was on last Tuesday evening, the governor gave the State of the State address, and then the following day he released the state budget. And then later that afternoon, the Department of Revenue of the Division of Local Services released the draft Sherry sheets based upon the governor's budget. And that gives us the real first insight in terms of net school spending requirements, proposed Chapter 70 aid, which is educational aid, proposed additional assistant state aid, as well as the assessments for charter school tuitions and school choice and so forth. So, in other words, we really can't get ahead of this any earlier than we'd like to. So we hate to be working on deadline, but in essence, we're working on deadline. So I'll just sort of walk through it. Again, where it goes from here is it goes to the Finance Committee, who'll hold the hearings beginning a week from Thursday. Just broad highlights, the recommended budget is $141.8 million. It's a 3 1/3% increase from the current fiscal year's operating budget. The proposed funding level for the Chelmsford Public Schools is $63 million, which is an increase of $2 million, or 3.27%, roughly proportional to the increase in the budget overall. General government departments is $31.6 million. You see roughly half of what the school gets in terms of funding relative, and that's an increase of $1.3 million. Neshoba Tech has a significant increase in their assessment of over 11% is my projection. We will learn about that budget this Friday when the Neshoba Tech releases its budget at its budget breakfast. Based upon what we've seen in terms of net school spending requirements, my forecast is roughly around $350,000, because the net school spending requirement, which the district pretty much operates from, has us at well over $300,000. And that's because of the fact, and I'll get into that later, the difference in enrollment at the school versus the enrollment of the district as a whole. Benefits and insurance, it's budgeted at $26.3 million, which is a $1.6 million increase, or over 6%. The good news is our debt service is declining. It's projections from John Souza, our finance director, who obviously is tremendous assist to me, and we meet with department heads and so forth. John's work on the debt service is that it will decrease by $635,000, or roughly 4.5%, to $13.5 million. I believe the budget is fiscally responsible. It's a maintenance of government services. There are no new positions in the general government budget. We're basically, it's almost as operating as if we just continue rolling out the fiscal year beyond the June 30th terminus of the current fiscal year. We're funding our capital infrastructure, as was voted by the committee, at $3.8 million back in December. And we continue to fund our reduction in our unfunded other post-employment benefits and retiree health insurance liability, known as OPEB. The budget priorities have been constant. They remain constant. Priorities in this community have been education, public safety, police, fire, and public works, which comprise public safety, capital infrastructure, and health and human services. You see the layout of budget line changes in terms of the roughly $4.6 million in budget line increases. You can see the bulk of that goes to schools, $2 million of that $4.6 million, and obviously benefits and insurance, $1.6 million. And it just sort of shows, also you got to note the asterisk as well. Per the provisions of our bylaws, we cannot pre-fund, provide or appropriate funding in advance of collective bargaining agreements. So the numbers for public safety do not include funding for the unresolved police superior officers, or commonly known as the police sergeants union, the firefighters union. or the Public Safety Dispatchers Union. So those will come back at a different time for funding. Revenue summary, again, $141.8 million. You can see the bulk of the $4.6 million roughly, 3.7 of it comes from the property tax. 3.5%, obviously that's the 2.5% allowed under Proposition 2.5 plus the forecast for new growth. We have less than 1.6% increase in state aid of roughly $277,000. Local receipts, a 4% forecasted increase of $415,000. And then available funds, which you'll see later on specified, that's the ancillary money that funds benefits and other things having to do with enterprise funds and so forth, which get funded into the operating budget of $156,000. I mentioned earlier about the governor's proposed fiscal year 21 state budget that was released last Wednesday evening. As expected, the town's Chapter 70 education funding under the governor's proposal, we would receive only the minimum amount of $30 per student, or roughly $153,000, or 1.37%, which isn't even inflationary, not to mention education costs, which, as you know, when you start getting into special ed and other costs, they're certainly much more than inflation. Unrestricted general government aid, this Governor Baker, has annually provided the increase in a restricted general government aid in the same percentage increase as the overall state budget. Obviously, however, that's a lower amount of funding because, so right now it would be at $5.54 million, an increase of 2.8% or $150,000. And then as was noted, and was probably noted at the conference that Pat was at, the governor's budget, again, makes no change in Chapter 90 road construction fundings, which don't go into our operating budget, but do affect our operating budget because we have to maintain the roads that are underfunded by the state's capital construction program, which comes from the state gasoline tax. It remains at a $200 million level that I think has been at for a half dozen years. And it is estimated to be about a third of what's required across the Commonwealth to adequately maintain municipal roadways. 5-year expenditure comparison, again, I do a 5 and a 10 just to give an insight in terms of how are we doing over time. You can see, again, the priorities all tend to be the same. If you look over time, over a 5-year period, we've put $9 million more into the Chelmsford Public Schools, or an increase of 17%. Public safety, and $2.42 million. Benefits and insurance, almost 31% increase in benefits and insurance, obviously having to do with the pension assessment from Middlesex County Retirement System, as well as the health insurance, and you can see $6 million. I guess it's good to note that our debt service has declined over 5 years by 2.74%. 10 years, again, you see similar things. Over 10 years, we've put an additional $19 million into our public schools, or 43% increase, which is not extraordinary, but just in dollar amounts it is. And again, benefits have gone up by 55% over a 10-year period, or $9.28 million. Our debt service over 10 years is up over 11.5%, or $1.4 million. So you can see we're in a downward trend.
What was the community services jump?
Oh, community services jump. Is that when you get to small budgets? That was a community services officer, Jen Melanson, who was here before. When you get into small budgets with like one individual and like $1 million budget, one salary can really push the numbers up significantly. Chelmsford Public Schools, again, I'm recommending a $2 million increase to $63 million, or 3.28%. The school committee is working on their budget, and we'll hear the details of that in the weeks and months ahead. Just to give you a sense of school department funding, I provided for you the last decade. Again, you can see the increases in the schools have always exceeded 3%, and you can see we've been at a 2% annual funding level now for 3 fiscal years. In terms of Chapter 70 education funding, the story, I guess, as I mentioned earlier, is less heartening. It's actually disheartening. You can see that, again, we're getting levels that are less than the growth of, certainly less than the growth of the state budget, certainly less than the growth of inflation, and certainly an underinvestment. We're now at 1.37, 1.38, 1.4%, 1.37 in obviously the 4 years of the Baker administration, of increases of $150,000 or $30 per student. Which, as you know, sort of puts the burden locally on the property tax and out of the maintain education services. And again, you needn't look far but read the newspaper to see some of the stresses we see on some of our neighboring and similar communities. Chelmsford Public Schools funding, You can see that we're certainly meeting the state definition of required net school spending in current fiscal year, that we're 35% budget over requirement, which is quite a ways from where we were when I started here back in '07. We were only less than 6% above the funding level. The net increase in required net school spending for the upcoming year is $1.5 million. As you can see, I've budgeted for the school department's line item $2 million, and we know that there are costs that support the schools that are not in the school department line item. And so again, there's no concerns with meeting the net school spending requirement. Again, we're picking up the burden locally. In terms of expenditures for schools, I put this up here just to put people that in the year 2020, what it costs to educate a student in today's society, in our community, and similar communities. The projection, the last data that's available on the website, the Department of Elementary and Secondary Education website from the Commonwealth, was fiscal year 18. They're still gathering the 19 data that for the fiscal year that closed last June 30th. But the best projection that we have right now is the per pupil expenditure today for a student in the Chelmsford Public Schools is $16,000 per student. And if you start looking at that, and I have the slide annually, you start looking at that over, well, what does that mean in terms of, it means we're roughly spending $90 per school day per pupil, or roughly $352,000 for a 22-student classroom, or roughly $2,000 per school day per classroom. So it just gives sense of magnitude. Per pupil expenditure comparison, meaning, well, how does Chelmsford stack up to those communities that are defined by the Massachusetts Department of Elementary and Secondary Education as comparable communities to the town of Chelmsford? They're listed there alphabetically. And then at the bottom, I put 3 of our neighboring communities that are not in our comparable peer, like the town of Barica, which is in the state's definition of peers. And if you look at it graphically, it's probably the easiest way to see it. You can see that as you go from left to right in terms of per pupil expenditure, Chelmsford is in the middle, probably slanting towards the upper middle in terms of our funding level. And special ed circuit breaker, in terms of what is the town eligible for reimbursement, but it also shows what are the claims that a community is in. And you can see Chelmsford is very high there. We have 80 students eligible in fiscal year 20 for circuit breaker. That's second on the list behind Shrewsbury of all those comparable communities as well as peer communities. But again, you can see they have different enrollments, but you can see percentage-wise we're number 2. And again, if you start breaking it out graphically, you can see that we are towards the right, towards the high end. And you can see Tewksbury sort of leads the way there. And in terms of enrollment and students and teacher ratio and so forth, the data that's from the state website, which comes, again, also reported annually by the town accountant and school business manager and superintendent, you can see our enrollment is declining. Our number of teachers is increasing, and therefore our student-teacher ratio is at its lowest level in the last decade at 13.3 students per teacher. It doesn't mean every classroom has 13.3, but when they take the number of students, look at the number of licensed teachers employed by the system, it's a metric. It gives them insight. You look at that data compared to that same group of peer communities, and you can see that Chelmsford is, again, in this case, you want to be towards the left for a lower student-teacher ratio, and we're tending towards the low middle end of that spectrum. And you can see for average class size, we're under 18 students throughout the Chelmsford public school system, K through 12. Again, it does vary between elementary and high school. And again, if you look at average class size amongst those groups, again, Chelmsford is at the very first community in terms of lowest average class size. So again, I think it speaks to the priority and the efforts by the school committee and where they resource their dollars, and also how we invest our limited funds locally. The Neshoba Tech Assessment I referenced earlier, the forecasted increase is roughly $350,000 or over 11%. Again, we'll get the numbers on Friday. As I mentioned earlier, the driver on this is enrollment. The October 1st enrollment basis of what drives this, you can see we're up 15 students from the previous year. I believe the district enrollment in total was 16. So when the district increases by 16 and you're up by 15, you then get a proportionate share of the budget as well as the debt service, transportation costs, and so forth. But you can see our enrollment is now over 200 students. within the system. And when you'll hear on Friday, and we've seen the October 1 data, there are some communities that have a decline in student enrollment. Obviously, it'd have to be if we were up 15 and the district is up only by 16. In terms of per pupil expenditure at Neshoba Tech, again, the data, most recent data is over $20,000 per student at Neshoba Tech back in fiscal year 18. You now move that over 2 years to where we are today in fiscal 20. My estimate is that the cost per educating a student at Neshoba Tech exceeds $22,000 per year, which should be recognized. I mean, we often look at, sometimes as parents, at what does it cost to send a child to college. It obviously sends some significant for a community's investment in either private in sending a student to public school as well. Again, looking at some of the safety aspects, you remember the priorities were education, safety, and so forth. The police breakdown is there. That's unchanged from a year ago in terms of our complement of officers. One thing we did see in the police department this year was an increase in the number of calls. So they're answering over 36,000 calls, almost 37,000 calls per year, with their 69 full-time equivalent employees. And on the fire side, again, the complement is the same. We're still budgeting and staffing at 11 firefighter minimum per shift with 63.5 full-time employees level staffing. Their call numbers were down, again, based on the computer systems that they pull this data from each of the respective chiefs, to roughly 6,600 calls. Again, we start looking at calls and calls per day. You can see that, we are a community of 35,000 residents as well as significantly over that during daytime population as an employment base. And again, when you look at what drives the budget, obviously we have employee pay schedules. We provided a 2% cost of living adjustment to the compensation scale for non-union employees. We reached agreement with all of the unions in the town, with the exception, as I mentioned earlier, of the police superior officers or sergeants union, the firefighters union, the dispatchers, and the clerical union. So at this point, it's roughly $975,000 across general government. Health insurance benefits, our projection is a 5% increase in premiums. The range that was announced over the weekend sort of fell between 2.6 and I think 8%, so I think 5 is roughly where we are. So we've got a 6.1% increase because it's not only driven by the premiums but also by enrollment. So the increase is 750, and then we've assembled this chart that sort of shows the enrollment over time. You can see the employment, which is the blue one at the bottom, is roughly flat. What's driving it is retirees, and you can see the data below. Some people like visuals, some like numbers, but you can see what's happening is if you go back to 2008 versus 2020, so a dozen years, the number of full-time employees receiving health insurance subscribers is unchanged, 663 to 665. However, the number of retirees has increased from 737 to 918. Obviously, people are living longer, and that does reflect in terms of the funding schedule, not only for health insurance, but also in terms of the pension system. Again, just to give people a sense of magnitude, our most subscribed plan is the Blue Cross HMO family plan for active employees. The total annual premium currently is roughly $24,000. The town pays 75% share of that, or roughly $18,000. So you now start pushing that up by 5%. We'll be paying almost $19,000 for a employee who's on a HMO family plan. Moving on to Middlesex County Retirement, our assessment, again, this is the second of the 2-year assessment cycle, is $9.5 million. John Souza came in and reported this, if you recall, some meetings back. This is an increase of $639,000, or 7.21%. Here's the chart. Again, the numbers tell the story. You look back over a decade, you can see, the normal cost is roughly up by 50%, from $1 million to $1.5 million, which is your ongoing cost. What's really driving things is the doubling of the unfunded liability at $8.15 million, which is where it is now, for a total assessment of $9.7 million. However, because if you make a prepayment early, you can drop that down to 9.5, and we make the payment early. So you can see that $639,000 is driving. And I attended with John Souza last month, the latest meeting of the Middlesex Retirement Board, where they had their actuarials in and so forth. And you're looking at 6 and 7% increases for the next decade, and even longer, until theoretically the system is going to be fully funded in the mid-2030s. But that assuming they're going to receive a 7% return on their investments annually over that period. Again, the unfunded liabilities for the community are roughly $173 million, 105 of that for the unfunded pension liability that was calculated 2 years ago on January 1st, 2018. The January 1st, 2020 data has not been completed. That will probably get that this summer. And then same thing with OPEB, I'm sorry, it's 67 million. So again, we're funding 8.15 million towards the unfunded pension liability and 1.545 million towards the unfunded OPEB liability. Another driver is solid waste and recycling. The collection costs are pretty, within the contracted period. It's only increasing by 2.2%, or roughly $40,000 to 1.82 million. What's really driving things is we're familiar with the challenges in recent years from recycling markets and the lack of facilities, whether it's in China or India, and even certainly within this country. But now we're hitting a problem not only with the recycling, which is costing the level of driving up to the level of solid waste disposal, but since the state is no longer licensing or expanding any new landfills in the state, and I spoke about this earlier in a previous meeting, and they're not building any new trash to energy plants. So you've got a seller's market in terms of solid waste facilities that can either burn material or landfill material, or the other option is to ship it out of state. So we're now seeing our tipping fees increasing from $70 per ton to $90 per ton. So that's coming in. So the total tipping fees and disposal costs of solid waste are increasing significantly. So that's driving this budget over $120,000, or 9.25% for disposal. Another concern in the community, and reality of the community, is the town has 26 buildings. They continue to age. One of the reasons we have declining debt services is most of our buildings, we're not adding new debt, meaning not building new buildings. However, when we are maintaining and staying ahead of, we believe, the maintenance on the buildings as they age. And also we have the new requirements that Steve Servin mentioned last meeting about the recently enacted OSHA standards. So we put in an extra $100,000 for facilities maintenance. Replacement costs in the insurance market for property insurance, as you know from the coastal challenges, global warming and other issues, that market is in a rate of increase. And also the town's workers' compensation insurance, even though the workers' compensation market is solid now, it still grows relative with your growth in payroll. So we have a 9% of $70,000 in property insurance. Medicare tax, again, is tied to your payroll. We're estimating over $1 million the town will be paying for Medicare payroll taxes, which is an increase of 4.6%. So you start putting these budget drivers together, you're roughly at $5 million. So it gives some insight as well, why the taxes go up, why does the town's budget have to go up. It's not like we're hiring or adding any frills. We're basically funding the ongoing components of a labor industry that we provide in the community in terms of services, both education, public safety, and so forth.
Did you?
Yes, go ahead.
When you do your budget analysis, do you do any sensitivity analysis or look at what we could challenge ourselves on if you didn't want to go to the full 2.5%?
But you're going into the schools. And I'll show you this as we get to this in terms of, you're going into the schools, because as you saw earlier, the big driver of, and I'll get to that, but the bottom line is the only way we make cuts is you're going to be going into and cutting personnel in schools. And that's what you're seeing happening in Westford today, the debates that they're doing. If you want to go below the levy limit, number of these costs are fixed. You're not going to be able to adjust your retirement to the Middlesex retirement system.
Solid waste and recycling.
You're not going to, unless you're going to impose dramatic changes in your solid waste program, you're not going to do that. We remember years back, we drove down to a 2-barrel maximum in the overflow bags. And we do curbside collection, recycling. One time we explored, and you saw the discussion earlier this evening, one time we talked about putting a recycling facility over on Richardson Road, and that got pushed back by the community and failed at town meeting. And I remember John Curlin leading that effort unsuccessfully. At the time, he was not moderator; he was a selectman. So you can't control your health insurance because we're at the minimum, what's called the benchmark plan of the state in terms of what we offer for a plan. So we're under the state's laws for municipalities in terms of bargaining and negotiation in terms of health insurance benefits. We're at the benchmark plan, so we don't have excessive benefits. So you can't squeeze your health insurance. We really can't do anything with the Show Protect that's driven by enrollment, and they're essentially at minimum funding budget. As I mentioned earlier, you can't touch the retirement system. I don't see any interest in pushing back recycling, and then facilities maintenance is real buildings. So now you'd be sort of playing a game of fooling yourself by underinvesting in your facilities, which is going to drive your costs down the road. And then your property casualty and workers' comp insurance is a cost, and your Medicare tax is tied to your payroll. So again, if you're going to make meaningful cuts, they would go into the school department, not exclusively, but roughly $2 out of every $3 would have to come out of the school system in terms of relative to what you might be able to cut on the town side. And then, as you can see, we're getting pressure on the town side because where are our employees on the town side? Primarily, public safety, police, fire, and the public works component of which is public safety. We do look at staffing levels and what we have versus our comparable communities. You need to have a core number of employees to assess property, collect property taxes, account for property. You've heard Darlene talk about the staff that she has and the demands upon her staff and so forth. You can look even the staff in the manager's office compared to other communities. We tend to count Jeannie, but Jeannie's really HR.
You need HR.
And you need HR. And if you go to other communities, it's HR without an assistant, clerical assistant. You talk to the veterans agent. Regina will come in, and she's told me, because we met with her in the budget hearings, most of her peers have clerical assistants. She does not. And the list can go on and on. And again, but what you have to leave out of this discussion, because the operating budget this has nothing to do with sewer or cable access or stormwater or the golf course, because those are all separate and accounted for separately. So yeah, we do this, and again, we have an experienced crew from John and Darlene and I think this is our 12th year working on this budget. We know it inside and out, and believe me, if there was waste, it would have been cut a long time ago. There are valid requests that come in from communities and departments in the community, and probably could come in from the community, that could be funded that don't even see the light of discussion, because and so the question is, can you go below levy limit? The levy limit is the governor. And again, we are getting a little bit of relief, but even looking at the debt service, come back to the slides, the debt service is decreasing by $580,000. However, most of that's excluded debt, meaning it's not within our levy capacity. It's exceptional debt because it's only allowed for the debt of the project. So when that debt goes down, we can't just transfer those money from the reduced debt towards another department or operation. Again, as Standard & Poor's notes, our overall net debt is low at 1.5% of our market value, and approximately 85% of that direct debt is scheduled to be repaid within 10 years, which they view as a positive credit factor. That's because we don't have a school debt. We don't. If we were like Billerica or basically most of our other communities, you're going 20, 30 years out. So again, looking at our non-excluded debt service, it's roughly flat. You can see it's $7.5 million, and that's primarily the town's capital plans going through. But if you look at the excluded debt service, you can see that's the big drop. And that's when you start paying off of the former phases of the sewer project, and that's really what's driving that. So again, that decrease of almost $600,000 we can't reallocate. That just goes away because it's accounted for and tracked separately by the Department of Revenue of the state as well as us locally. We're not allowed to do that. They keep track of your permanent levy capacity as well as your excluded capacity.
Yeah, it's a line of credit. It's not
Right, it's a
anything that you
temporary
can
tax
access
increase
again. Yeah.
for a specific project,
Yeah.
and then we account for it individually, and Darlene and John have to report that annually. And again, I mentioned about the full-time government employees. You can see it's static at 251.4, which again, go back to that fiscal year '08, which is my first budget, we were at 240. So you can see it's been relatively static, except for the great recession of 2009. Going on the revenue side, on the property tax, the allowed 2.5% increase is 2.5 million. We project 1.7 in new growth. We're using the governor's numbers for state aid, local receipts, again, I mentioned earlier, and available funds. Start looking at what's happening over time. Again, looking at a 5 and a 10-year comparison. The really important column is the right-hand one, which is what percentage of our budget is funded how. And you can see that right in this proposed budget, over 77% of the budget would be funded from the property tax. Less than 12.5% from the state aid, and then local receipts, 7.65, and available funds, 2.5%. You can see, again, looking at a 5-year period, you can see where the trend is increasing. It's shifting from state aid to the property tax. Looking specifically at Chapter 70 education funding, you can see from 5 years ago to where we are today, the increase is 8.4%. Again, you saw those percentages. You start compounding over 5 years, you only get to 8.4, you know you're in trouble. And then in general government aid, you can see it's 18% because, again, that's a number that's roughly half. Looking at over a 10-year period, you can see the increase trend still shows you're going from 74% of your budget funded by property tax to 77%, and your state aid dropping from 14.4% to 12.5%. So again, and then you can see even the paltry Chapter 70 education funding over the last decade, 10 years compounded at 15.5%. It's the underinvestment. And again, it's not just Chelmsford. It's communities similar to Chelmsford. I think there's over 100 communities that are in this minimum funding. And again, it's not going to change in terms of the education law. They just did that last session. What we're hoping, what the Mass Municipal Association in towns are asking for is, give us more than $30 per student. Give us an inflationary level at a minimum, and I think the request was $100 per student. Then they sort of said, well, maybe 50. And right now the governor's at 30. And it's unclear whether the House and the Senate, when they take up the budget in April and May respectively, if they'll be able to move off of that because the state's budget's squeezed by the funding of the new education funding law, as well as their fixed costs. Remember, most of the state's costs are driven by healthcare costs, Medicaid, and so forth. So again, you got the message. Property tax revenue, again, the 4.2 million from the increase allowed by 2.5 plus the new growth. You start looking again. This was sort of the question about where does the tax dollar go. You take the current tax bill of $7,362 divided by the proportionate departments. Again, you can see that again in terms of the budget line itself, 45% goes to the schools. We know the schools get more than half because you have support for the schools from facilities and so forth, benefits and insurance. And you can see the other big one is benefits and insurance. So again, if you on the town side say, well, let's reach into the town departments, it's a challenge. You saw this earlier when Frank was in with the assessors in terms of the residential versus commercial valuation. That trend continues to shift towards residential values because they're appreciating greater than commercial. Average single-family tax bill. The data is still not complete for the current fiscal year that we're in, but from what I eyeballed today in terms of the data set that was available that's incomplete, we're going to remain around 70 like we have for the last decade. So that means basically, yeah, taxes are going up in Chelmsford, but they're going up everywhere, and therefore our relative rank remains the same. Again, here for the 5 similar communities, we're actually the lowest in terms of a 5-year comparison. But, there's some reasons unique to that. Tewksbury has made a concerted effort to change some of their sewer debt to the property tax and so forth. So you always got to go inside the numbers. Again, I'm not going to beat the horse to death on the state Chapter 70 increase. Local receipts, again, we're forecasting a 4% increase to 10.8 million, which would be the second highest over the last, you look over that over 5 years plus the current budgeted year, 10.8 million would be the second highest, only exceeded by fiscal year 19. So again, why that's a concern is that if the economy does slow, which the state estimates, because they're only allowing a 2.8% increase in their state budget, then you start seeing your big driver of that, which is motor vehicle excise, which is half of that. Those are items that can be deferred, and then you start getting a hit there. Same thing with permit fees. Those are related to the economy as well, and things like hotel tax, meals tax. Here's the other column I mentioned about available funds. You see there's not a lot going on there. The big changes in the stormwater enterprise, because we'll be coming into the third and final year of the ramp up for the stormwater enterprise fund. Inflationary measures, as I said earlier, I kept talking about inflationary numbers. You can see they do it every other month, so we don't have the January, but through 19, it was 2.1%, 3.3%, 2.5% the last 3 years. And you heard the numbers I mentioned earlier about education funding, not even touching that. Capital plan, was presented earlier, 3.8%. You've seen the breakdown. John Souza came in and reported it. Most of it is going into school buildings and public works, and school technology, and public safety. I mean, again, the same core priorities drive our budget. Last two slides, what can be done? Again, I mentioned earlier, continue to look to the legislature to increase the education, known as the Chapter 70 minimum contribution, communities beyond the $30 minimum per student. And also, the issue I mentioned at the beginning about Chapter 90 roadway funding, the $200 million statewide is only a third of what's needed. We're going to go into the pothole season. We're already into pothole season because this winter we've had cold and warm. And then the last slide is, again, we continue to make the request, but however, we're not seeing any signs of it about the OPEB reform by looking at changes to that to alleviate the pressure off that long-term liability over time. So that, Mr. Chairman, is my quickest effort I could to give you a sense of what's going on with the operating budget and to give it fairness in terms of the importance it has as a document. And again, the Finance Committee hearings will begin on February 6th at 7:30 in room 205 next door to us, and they'll go through department by department and then warrant article by warrant article. Next item was Ledge Road update. I'll turn the microphone over to Michael to give an update on Ledge Road.
Good evening, Mr. Chairman, members of the board. We were here last time. I gave you a verbal overview of what we've done in terms of actions out in the Ledge Road area, as well as Dunstable, Swain, Groton, and Main Street. You had asked for something in writing, so I had gone back over some of the actions we had taken, put together the memorandum that you have there, tried to give you a status of where everything is, what's ongoing. As you heard from the Assistant DPW Director Yanley, we're looking at the bus turnaround. We haven't given up on the widening of the end of Ledge Road. If you want, I can just go paragraph by paragraph. However, we did discuss that, and we will be having an executive session to go over some of these items. But as I indicated before, we started traffic monitoring early on once the quarries were sold. So we built a good base of historical data for trend analysis, which may be useful in anything we do going forward with regard to heavy commercial vehicle exclusions and our attempts to get those. For right now, as I've indicated, we've looked at the heavy commercial vehicle exceptions, but right now we don't have a viable alternative route on either Swain Road or Ledge Road, given the geographical limitations of those roads. According to the manual and uniform traffic control devices, we have to have a proper ingress and egress within the geographical confines of the town. Dunstable Road, which would be the main alternative, cuts through Vinyl Square and runs north into Tingsboro and Westford, which presents a problem for Mass DOT. We've continually provided updates to the board, and we brought in Northern Middlesex County Governments, as well as Mass Department of Transportation and Town Council, to advise the board of some of our options. As a result of that, we did have our listening session, and the primary, well, I won't say the primary, but the majority of comments that evening centered around the Ledge, Dunstable, Swain, and Groton roads, which led to the creation of the Traffic Safety Committee, which has been working on these issues, which is a segue into the enforcement. That was a primary motivation for Chief Spinney and his North Chelmsford Action Plan, which resulted in numerous deployments as well as the state police truck team, looking at the traffic in the North Chelmsford area. As I alluded to before, we're still looking at the widening and reconfiguration of Ledge and Dunstable. We've dealt with several issues on the road debris. I've had telephone conversations on both instances, as well as issued the letters pursuant to your request, Mr. Chairman. We're working on having a meeting with the property owners along the west side of Route 40, and we've invited the quarry owners to come in at that time. We're also going to have a follow-up meeting after the initial meeting. The quarry owners are going to stay around to talk about how to mitigate future issues with the gravel. They've agreed to participate in that. We're still trying to coordinate a meeting to have those property owners come in to look at some alternatives to what we can do, getting access on the west side of Route 3 to the quarries. Something that's still on the table, we haven't really decided what we want to do at this point, but we did look at the pricing for putting sidewalks along Dunstable Road between Dunshire and Ledge Road. Again, the only difficulty is that Dunstable Road does weave in and out of the town of Chelmsford, and we would be prohibited from spending money on the crosswalks, so that would be something we would have to reach out to Tingsboro, and I will follow up with that. We've been having executive session briefings, which we will have on this evening. Attorney Haverty is here for that. I've started talking to NIMCOG and the Traffic and Safety Committee about putting together the preferred truck routes that you've inquired about. And lastly, as noted on the warrant, we are looking at putting together the cul-de-sacs school bus turnaround, and those takings will be on the spring warrant. So that's what we've been doing so far, Mr. Chairman. If you have any questions, happy to entertain.
Comment then a question, a little bit of background. I had asked Mike to approach the people that own the land that connect Route 40, Groton Road to Ledge, on the west side of Route 3, 100 feet off of Route 3, to try to figure out, and the state owns some of that. They shot that down, but there's still potentially maybe a path to something that could go in there. Probably would involve some type of a public road or something, but the owners have agreed to come in and sit down and at least hash it out. We have some costs basically in mind of what that might cost and the benefits hopefully to the property owners for wanting to be a part of that, which would allow trucks to come directly out of the backside instead of going through the neighborhoods at Ledge, taking a right and coming down this new road, right, and hopefully it would dump out somewhere across from the on-ramp onto Route 3 and have them straight through the light and go up. If it's, I know it's a pipe dream, but it's sort of the Hail Mary at this point, but it does look like it's got some life to it. That being said, would it be possible for other board members to join us in that meeting?
I'm still working on the scheduling, but as soon as I have a date that works for all parties, I'll let you know. And my thought would be to have it sometime in the day. It would probably be the easiest to get to. I'm still working to try and get people there, and I want to bring somebody from Representative Golden's office if possible, just to be there for the brainstorming. As you know, he worked on our behalf to try and convince Mass DOT and to let us have some of the space along the highway that's in there right away. And they just said that wasn't feasible, but he might be able to shed some light on what we can do and what's
Right.
available to us.
Yeah, I want to be clear to them, though, that we're not looking to,
Well, yes, but we could only have 2 members at most, otherwise it would turn into a posted meeting.
I want to be clear, though, with the state that we're not looking for an on-ramp onto Route 3 there, and like a new on-ramp. We just want to cross that section of land to get down to Route 40. And I know you and I were talking in our emails, another road, hopefully to the app, but at this point, I think it's just concentrate on that one fix, but anyways. Any questions?
Yeah, I have a question on the cul-de-sac with the bus turnaround. This number is 62,100. That includes easements and doing it?
That number came to me from Assistant DPW Director Steve Yonley. He's still in the back of the room, but I believe that did include a lot of that, but some of it was estimates. He did put a caveat.
Good evening again. That number, the $62,000 number, if memory serves, was just for construction. That did not include appraisals and the cost of an easement.
Okay, it implies that I misread it then. I thought it implied that included easements, but it does not include easements. Okay.
Thanks, Gene.
Mike, on the, your paragraph on the heavy commercial vehicle exclusion, so if you're going to send trucks through Dunstable and Westford and Tingsboro, it says that you do require approval from the abutting communities?
So if the road that we're using for the alternative route, that it does not lie solely within the town of Chelmsford, we would need the approval of the abutting communities. And that's per Mass DOT.
And
Because we would
I know I
effectively
asked
be
this last
directing
time, but we kind of got talked over. What have we done with the abutting communities specifically?
I would say about 18 months ago, we arranged a meeting with representatives for both of those communities, and we explained to them our situation, and we asked that they would take that information back to their respective boards and give us an answer. And to date, I don't have the authorization from either of those communities to.
Right, we have an informal sense that they would not want it, and you can understand that. What would the reaction be in this community if a neighboring town wanted to direct truck traffic into Chelmsford? So, I mean, so it's, and I'm just trying to be honest, I mean, that's really
No,
what they.
I get it, I'm just trying to
And
understand.
what they asked, if I may finish, what they asked is they didn't want, they advised us not to bring it to a formal vote by their board, because they didn't think that that would help, you know, the dynamic between the communities, you know, because I said, would you like our board to come to your board for a meeting? And they're like, no, that probably isn't gonna help, and you're just gonna make people
Not
uncomfortable.
even just board representatives, like one
You-
board person?
They just thought it would just,
With
you know, I
all-
mean, and again, I always try to flip the coin the other way. If we had a Westford select person here, or Tingsboro select person here saying, you know, and sort of putting you in a public meeting saying, well, geez, you know, would you support us sending our truck traffic, you know, you'd want to help, but on the other hand, you understand the environment that they're in. And we see we hear the concerns from our own neighborhood, so you'd be flipping that from another community. And obviously, we're very cognizant, and as were our peers in those communities, about the stress and community outpouring regarding the asphalt plant in Westford, in terms of, you know, the fallout of that politically. We clearly saw from members of the Board of Selectmen. And then from the Tingsboro side, they put a significant investment into Flint's Corner, and the sense was they weren't going to then now sort of support the directing of trucks over to Flint's Corner into Tingsboro. So, you know, so on the one hand, we could say, no, they haven't formally told us those answers, but I think we want to be a little realistic in terms of, you know, the expected outcome if we were to do that. And so that's, you know, so when Michael's trying to couch his language and be polite, I'm trying to be a little more, because I know the question keeps coming up with, you know, is just trying to explain the dynamic in those communities as they would be similar in our community.
I think the real problem here, so I sometimes take that road to get to my daughter's school, and it is narrow. There is no shoulder.
Mm-hmm.
There is no sidewalk. It is
Which road
Which
are we
road,
talking about?
Emily?
Dunstable?
ledge. I mean, just right back up there. Whatever that Dunstable. It
Ledge
like
of
goes
Dunstable,
past
yeah.
all of them. I come up Marinell when I come back, so it's Dunstable Road. But I mean, it is. I feel like the state's got to step it up here. Like I feel like we need like a road that is for these large trucks to get onto Route 3, because even going up Dunstable, it's a narrow road with no shoulder. There are plenty of potholes on it. The speed limit is low, and I try to drive the speed limit, and I've had people tailgate me and then pass me on a double yellow. There's really no space. And I can't imagine heavy amounts of big trucks going up there either. You know, Republic is down at the end of that, but they get right on the highway there. And I think that if the state could really come down and look at it from these communities' points of view, they would see that there aren't a whole lot of options for any of us right now. And if they could think strategically about this.
But from the state perspective, Emily, imagine the number of roads across the Commonwealth where they have concerns. We went through a similar debate a decade ago on sound barriers, right? I mean,
Yeah.
we had legitimate, Pat was here at the stable, George was here, we had legitimate requests for sound barriers by neighborhoods. And the state says, well, get in line, because the line goes from here to, to the end of the street for people who want sound barriers. And that's their attitude as well. They're gonna say, yes, we agree with you, this road should be widened and everything else, but they're gonna say, state doesn't have the resources. And there's no movement, and there's no movement to raise the gas tax or generate revenue for that. And we know how
Yes.
underinvested the state infrastructure is, so. you
Yeah,
sort
we're
of-
starving everything, and
exactly.
this is what we're getting. So when nobody is willing to actually contribute, and we, you know,
We've had them in here. They were in here to answer
Yeah.
questions before, and they've seen the truck data. And NIMCOG has put right in their report that that Ledge Road area has some of the highest percentage of trucks
Yeah.
in Merrimack Valley. They know what the issues are, but there are rules that they still want us to follow, and they haven't provided any exception to us at this point.
I think that the state needs to start exploring some actual funding. I mean, we're the economic philosophy here is clearly not working. Like
We've made the same request for sidewalks on Littleton Road. Michael made that request, because you raised a similar concern,
Yeah.
Emily, about sidewalks on Littleton.
No, I know.
Michael delivered that message, and,
Yeah.
and right now, it's.
We did receive a response, not timely to put in this packet, and I'll be happy to provide an update, but they have looked at it, and they would like to proceed with meetings with representatives of the town to discuss what can be done out there.
That would be fantastic. I would love to be in on that, just because I was the one getting the phone calls about it, so.
Good job.
Thanks.
Okay.
Mike, someone asked me if your traffic committee meetings could be posted so that if someone wanted to sit in and listen to the discussion, they could?
They're not public meetings, they're administrative meetings, where I sit down with the police chief, the fire chief, the public works director, and Michael. It's an administrative working group of the town. It's not a public committee. I don't open my staff meetings to the public.
I understand that it's not a public committee. I'm just saying there was a request as to whether that would be something feasible or not. If you're not comfortable
I don't see how it
so be
works.
it.
If somebody has a request, they can bring it to the board or bring it to us, we'll evaluate it. We've done that a number of times quite successfully and reported back to the board. Whether it had to do with crosswalks or have to do with things, but I don't see a situation where administrative staff meetings are open to the public, or that I'm gonna invite people to come in and meet. If it's a unique request, like, we'll meet informally with a unique situation, such as somebody wants to come in and do the Oddfellows building. We'll do that, and we'll pull a staff team together. If somebody wants that and has a unique request, we'll be glad to meet with them. But as a general principle, are our meetings open to the public? The answer is no. But if somebody has a serious concern, they want to meet with me and meet with our police chief and fire, we'll do that on a case-by-case basis.
Okay.
So I'm not doing an absolute red line no, but as a general principle, they're not open meetings. I mean, none of the staff meetings are. I mean, when we do budget meetings with department heads or what have you, those aren't public meetings. I mean, that's functioning administrative activities of the town, but if
It's
somebody.
it's not a traffic committee that we
Not a-
establish. It's
Exactly.
you
It's
establish it.
It's an internal working
administrative
group.
staff.
But again, if somebody has a concern, they can bring it to me directly or bring it to you, and then we will meet with residents on particular concerns. I mean, that's what we're here for. We're here to serve the community, we're here to address particular concerns. But just as a general principle, no, the meetings aren't open meetings, they're administrative meetings.
Anything else?
No.
All right.
Just a quick update, you have in your packet, it's in the board packet materials, the Commonwealth of Massachusetts Office of Consumer Affairs and Business Regulations conducted a audit of dealerships in the community regarding the lemon law requirements, and one establishment was 100% compliant and another one was 78% compliant. So I just put it here for information purposes to let the board and obviously the proprietors know that, much like we heard earlier about the state police going in and inspecting used car sales, they also are inspected for compliance with the lemon laws.
But apparently not all of them.
But not all of them, right, they come in and they spot check, right, exactly.
Do they all get observed
Eventually.
within a period of time?
Yeah, but I don't know what their schedule is.
All right.
We must have a dozen, right?
It's probably like
So-
drug testing, it's probably random, and because otherwise, if you knew they'd come and you weren't,
I know,
on a
I feel
regular
like there
schedule.
must be some sort of like internal.
Yeah, they must, yeah, so anyway,
All right.
that's done. We did apply for, and I believe we've received the DLTA grant for additional funding for the master plan update, and it's $25,000 in DLTA funds for funding assistance to complete the planning board's master plan update. And then last thing I have in my report real quick, and I want to recognize Lisa Maroney, who sort of took this project on and sort of shuffled it and worked with Deb Sirianni at the Senior Center. And they've got over 100 5-gallon plastic buckets that are working with the Boy Scouts to provide sand to seniors, to avoid slips and falls at walkways. So she was able to get a donation from a regional manufacturer of plastic buckets, leak tight. Might as well recognize them. They donated them out of Leominster. They donated over 100 buckets, and then Mike Vasnasis, who is involved with the Scouts, who is also involved in our Public Works Department, and the Council on Aging, and the Meals on Wheels folks, and Deb Sirianni and Lisa. They provided this service to seniors in the community to provide safety, residential safety. So I just wanted to recognize that.
Was that an intentional pun?
What's that?
When you said Lisa shoveled it along?
Yeah, shuffle. I meant shuffled. I'm sorry. She shuffled it along. Shuffled along. Thank you. So,
And that's
thank you. All right, thank you. That's my report this evening, Mr. Chairman.
Meeting minutes?
Make a motion that we approve the regular meeting minutes from November 18th, 2019.
Second.
Motion is second. All in favor? Aye. Liaison reports and referrals. George?
No.
Nothing? Virginia?
The school committee would like people to know they're starting their budget review process, and there'll be opportunities for public input during their meetings in February. The Vinyl Square Committee would like to invite the public to join them and Lisa Maroney at the ribbon cutting for the new Village Consignment Shop on Groton Road on January 31st at 11:30 a.m. And the Age-Friendly community has started a new production of Age-Friendly Chelmsford on Chelmsford Telemedia. There are 2 episodes that have aired to date, and they invite you to watch those and learn more about what that committee is doing. On February 18th, the Conservation Commission is planning a notice of intent public hearing for the Cranberry Bog tree clearing. And then I just had something else I wanted to follow up on from one of the open sessions. Did you have a chance to look into whether there's any existing air quality studies? Or can we look at that for one of the February meetings?
We can
Put
follow
that on
up.
the
I did.
agenda.
I wrote to the DEP regional director, Susan Roque. I have not heard from her.
Okay.
I did, while speaking to the owners of Newport Materials, I asked them if they had anything they could share, and they actually pointed me to the town of Westford's hearings. There was an air quality study done by Woodard and Curran, and that's posted out there. I did download it. I was trying to figure a way to get it to Mr. Hall that came in that evening. I also spoke to Aggregate Industries. The vice president over there is trying to see what he can get that they did to comply with the EPA, the federal EPA, and I'm working to get writing them as well. So I have something right now. I'm still looking to gather more.
Emily?
Yeah. So the Community Preservation Committee has 3 warrant articles on the Springtown meeting. One of them is the finalization and the final stage of the completion of a long-term project to preserve our historic vital records. These are town records that go back into the 1700s. So they were not kept up to standards, up to archival standards. And I just want to give a shout out to Tricia Zuris, who has been working now for a few years trying to get these documents cleaned up, organized, filed, and in archival preservation quality books and shelves so that they don't degrade further, because we have some real historical treasures. And she's just done a phenomenal job of reorganizing and making sure that it's clear and labeled and we can find things quickly. And it's outstanding, the work she's done. And then there are also some more funds to be released to continue to work on Roberts Field, which Mr. Yonley is heading up. And then the Permanent Building Committee has met and is continuing to meet on a more active schedule about the North Chelmsford Fire Station, also known as Engine 2. We reviewed some, just sort of like that, an overview, just to get an idea of what stations in the area are doing when they upgrade and rebuild according to modern fire station standards. And so nothing has been formalized. We just got an overview of what the possibilities were, so that we knew what to expect and knew what to ask for. So,
Thank you. Pat?
Well, a couple of the things that I was going to mention have already been discussed, so all I have left is, unfortunately, 3 recent deaths in town that I wanted to make the community aware of. First, Peggy Dunn. You might remember Peggy. She actually launched Winterfest many, many years ago. So this weekend, as we enjoy Winterfest, we can think of Peggy. And she was also a longtime library trustee. Second one being Millie Hare, who was a longtime teacher at Chelmsford High School. Taught languages, English and Latin, and maybe some others. And lastly, Pat Daly, you may remember as a longtime police officer in town. He spent a lot of time in the center, watching out for people going through the center without their inspection stickers or going a little too fast. He was a very good guy. So that's all I have.
Thanks. All right, and Pat, Paul, on behalf of the board, our deepest sympathies for your loss of your dad last week. All right, with that, we have a motion? Oh, any press questions?
Yeah, the press there.
Press questions?
welcome back, press.
All right.
Okay, I make a motion that we adjourn to executive session with the intention to return to open session for the purpose of discussing strategy with respect to potential litigation regarding Ledge Road commercial trucking, strategy with respect to collective bargaining with the firefighters union, and strategy with respect to negotiations with the town manager regarding a new employment agreement.
Aye.
Second, sorry.
We have a motion
All right.
and a second. All in favor?
Roll call.
Aye.
Sure.
Aye.
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 Aye. going to call back into order the Board of Selectmen meeting from January 27th.
Make a motion that we adjourn the open session due to the fact that we decided to take no action on this agenda item.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.